The division that you're talking about with Heather Bryant is the Child Protection Investigation. CPI is what it's called. She is in a different section of Child Protective Services other than myself. We don't answer to the same supervisor, so to speak.
Is there any chain that follows the child all the way through?
I think it's more of a collective, and we all have bits and pieces, ma'am. So when Mercedes Losoya died, I came into that piece of the puzzle to investigate predominantly just her child death.
Did you bring anything with you in terms of knowledge to the death scene, to the hospital where the child was pronounced dead?
Just my training and experience from previous child death investigations, ma'am.
So you didn't know about any of the history, is that right?
Whenever I was called to the scene, no, ma'am. I called San Antonio Police Department that was on scene, and then I responded.
Your group is called Child Protective Services, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do to protect a child from being killed?
I'm gonna object to relevance.
What do you do to protect a child?
I'm gonna object to relevance.
The same. What do your job duties entail?
My job duties as a special investigator, I conduct investigations into child death involving abuse and neglect. I conduct any kind of serious incidents such as, or serious injuries such as broken skulls, broken bones, burns of no nature that can be really explained that involve abuse and neglect. I've worked in labor trafficking cases involving children, sex trafficking cases involving children. I've been involved in cases involving law enforcement, involving our own employees, school personnel who perpetrate on children at school, in addition to some of the investigations involving our foster children in Child Protective Services.
But you did nothing personally to save Mercedes Losoya.
Object to relevance and argument A.
Did you do anything personally to save Mercedes Losoya?
Object to relevance.
Runner, we're here about Mercedes Losoya, just argument in terms of that. We're here because of Mercedes Losoya, and it's not relevant what was done to protect her.
The objection has been sustained.
Do you recall the last person to interview or confer with the family of Mercedes?
Which family? Are you referring to her paternal side or her maternal side?
Whoever had her. Do you know who had her?
The maternal side. Our mother, Katrina Mendoza.
What was done?
What was done with what, ma'am? I'm trying to understand your question.
Mercedes Losoya, was she the subject of the investigations? Or was it Katrina?
She was listed as a victim in that investigation. And in this particular one, the last one, Katrina Mendoza was listed as the alleged perpetrator.
So your job is just to follow up when it's all over. Is that right?
In this,
I know you've given descriptions, but from what I see of your involvement, it was only to follow up when it was over. Is that wrong?
when what was over, ma'am?
The child's life. She was dead.
Mercedes' life Mercedes Losoya's life when she passed away. Yes, I came into the piece of the puzzle to investigate why she died, what were the circumstances that led to her death, and to figure out all that information entailing her death.
Is there any path within CPS to ensure something like this doesn't happen again?
Object to relevant.
Sustained.
Specifically, what behavior is required of a CPS person to help any child?
Object to relevant.
Sustained.
Laura, I'd like to introduce this. Have you seen any of these records? These 6,015 pages?
Can you clarify what these records are?
If I could show them. Thank you.
Judge, do I have permission to move along the well?
Yes.
Thank you.
What was that?
Go ahead. I just asked for permission to move.
Be sure to keep your voices up.
It's not detective, it's just special investigator. Start from here and go down.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
This all looks like criminal history. Criminal history.
All
There's
right,
been-
so just 1 second. The
This-
reason, while you all are having the conversation up there amongst the three of you all, Do you want that on the record or not? Because it's difficult for the court reporter to hear.
I understand, Your Honor. I wasn't having a conversation. It's my understanding he had a question, and I would respectfully ask that all questions come from her. So, are you done, sir, or would you like more time?
No more time.
Then Diane, as soon as he's finished reading everything, we'll go back on the record. Yes.
Thanks.
All right, we're back on the record. Defense,
Are you familiar with the records that were shown to you?
Some of the ones that are not involving the child death, I am not familiar with those. No, ma'am. Those are cases from before this one.
Okay, how far back did you go?
I looked at that document that he showed me.
You didn't look at all 6,015 pages, right?
And I was scrolling through most of them. Yes, ma'am.
Did you see a train in there where there was any connective tissue that would follow through?
I'm gonna object if him testifying to anything in the records that were not in the document.
all right, that's gonna be overruled. You can answer the question if you know the answer to the question.
Object to relevance.
All right, you can answer the question if you know the answer to the question.
Ma'am, the connective tissue is maybe that it's Mercedes Losoya. It's Jordan Losoya and her mother, Katrina Mendoza. And then I also seen their father as well.
So, was it helpful for you to see them at all?
Helpful in what way, ma'am?
In that you're able to understand what's going on with this case other than the death of Mercedes?
Again, ma'am, my focus was in on the child death portion of that.
Maybe I asked for the wrong witness. Who would I ask for that has the overall picture on how to save a child?
I'm gonna object to relevance.
Sustain,
Who should I have called instead of you?
I'm gonna object to relevance.
sustain.
Best witness.
Any questions?
Just one, Judge. Mr. O'Donnell, you mentioned that Katrina Mendoza was an alleged perpetrator. Were there any other alleged perpetrators?
I'm
Yes,
sorry, I didn't understand that question. Mr. Director.
I said you testified that Katrina Mendoza was an alleged perpetrator. Isn't it true that Jose Ruiz was also an alleged perpetrator?
yes, ma'am.
Have the witness.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes, from the statement.
No recall, Your Honor. It doesn't.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anyone or watch anything. The only persons you can speak to are attorneys for the state or the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Defense, call your next witness.
Your Honor, I'd like to call the district clerk.
And Your Honor, we would object to this on relevance.
All right, we'll see what the district clerk has to say.
Your Honor, this could be ordered that the state stipulate.
No.
Your Honor,
Here's, stop. Witnesses need to be called. The court will hear any objections at that time. The requests for stipulations need to be done outside the presence of the jury, and I think both parties are aware of that.
No, Your Honor, I'm sorry, I wasn't.
All right. The requests for stipulations need to be outside the presence of the jury. And everyone just give us a moment.
Your Honor, apparently, here yet, I'd like to instead recall Katrina Mendoza.
All right, if deputies, if you all could bring Katrina Mendoza. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you all step outside for a moment because since Miss Mendoza is being called back, her attorney needs to be here as well. So remember my instructions. We're off the record, Donna. You're not allowed to view anything. You're not allowed to start deliberating individually with yourself or with each other. You're not allowed to watch anything or do any investigations. Does everyone understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I assume the room is open for you all? The jury room? All right, if you can make sure you keep your voice up so that we can hear.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Awesome. All right, defense, call your next witness.
Good morning, Dr. Kane. My name is Teresa Khan.
No, call your witness, counsel.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right,
I'd like to call Dr. Kanan.
all right, you may be seated. Dr. Kanan, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record, please.
Yes, my first name is Rajesh, Rajess. Last name Cannon, Kanan.
All right, this witness is appearing by Zoom. Any objection to the witness appearing by Zoom, state?
No objection, no.
Defense, any objection to the
No
witness
objection.
appearing by Zoom?
No objection.
Mr. Ruiz, any objection to this witness appearing by Zoom? All right, defense.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
You're here specifically regarding the autopsy that you performed on Mercedes Losoya on February 8th of 2022. She died on the 7th, but it's my understanding you performed the autopsy on the 8th. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you have those papers in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Going through this, the whole record, which is extensive. Your first contact about this case was with whom?
It's really when I saw the case.
Do you recall speaking with Detective Lawrence Size?
It's probably at the time of autopsy,
When was the time of autopsy?
on February the 8th, 2022.
At what time?
It's about 9 a.m.
And how long did it last?
Autopsy probably a few hours.
You don't remember specifically with this one?
No, ma'am.
Is it noted on the form anywhere? I didn't notice it.
No, it just whenever we finish them.
I'm sorry, sir, what did you say?
Whenever we finish.
Whenever you finish.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily notice when you finish, though.
No, we don't.
So, when you started the autopsy, imagine, did you observe the outside of the child's body first, or did you go inside? Where's your procedure?
Oh, no, it's a routine to look from top to bottom, outside, document, take photographs, and then we'll look inside.
Did you reach any conclusions from the observation outside?
I did the observation outside, yes.
Did you make a decision based on what you saw?
No, ma'am, we have to go inside and then wait for every test, and then we have to decide.
What kind of tests were you waiting for?
In this particular case, I did do additional microscopic examination of the tissue.
Which tissue was that, a particular place?
Yes, we did the comprehensive study on all the tissues, the major organs, including heart, lungs, liver, adrenal gland, pancreas, spleen, thymus, intestines, and then also the kidney portion of the skin. And the kidneys, I did additional tests for a stain for myoglobin, which is myoglobin.
Now, when you performed the autopsy, you didn't have any prior information, is that correct?
Prior information.
Prior to that child being on your table?
No, Jack.
No, it all started at the time of autopsy and after the autopsy. We met with the
Excuse
detectives.
me, Dr. Cannon, I know you're probably having difficulty hearing, but when an objection is made, I'm gonna need you to stop talking so I can make a ruling on the objection. And attorneys, you
Okay.
need to use your microphones. All right, you may continue, Dr. Cannon.
It's at the time of autopsy and after.
Who was present with you when you performed the autopsy?
It's from the law enforcement. I believe it's Detective Saint, but I could be others. I can't remember.
It's not specifically noted who was there?
No, ma'am.
When you looked at Mercedes, when you looked at her, you didn't have any initial first impressions?
Object to leading.
That'll be overruled. You can answer.
Yes. Yes. First impression is yes. This child suffered trauma.
How much trauma?
Well, it's extensive from top to bottom, all over the body.
Was Dr. Molina present when you were doing this?
Object to
No.
leading.
All right,
Sorry?
that'll be overruled. You can answer.
No, ma'am. No.
She was not present.
No.
Thank you. When you do an autopsy, do you have anybody helping you?
No, it's just me.
And possibly Detective Size?
Yes, if they come for observation, we allow them because they are the lead law enforcement agency.
There was evidence of medical intervention. Your notes indicate defibrillator pads are present on the chest wall.
Yes, ma'am.
Knee puncture is present just above the right knee.
Correct.
And intro,
Osseous.
thank you. Needle is inserted in the left shin. And
Yes.
that indicated that somebody tried to save the child?
Yeah, it's from the hospital. It's pretty routine to see this.
All right, now, the first thing note I have here is that the head. What do you recall about Mercedes' head?
Yes, I listed on each section because the injuries are pretty all over. So the head had a lot of abrasions or scrapes, and on the front, back, cheek, and also the back had a small a tear of the skin as well.
Where was that, sir?
In the back of the head,
The top? What part of the back?
in the back, in the back.
Just plain old center back, or
Yes,
what do you think that was from? Could you tell?
I guess it's a blunt trauma.
Blunt trauma?
Yes.
Would you have considered that a cause of death?
No, that's not alone as a cause of death.
But was it significant enough that potentially it could have been a cause of death?
Like I said, we don't infer just on one small tear. It's the overall picture which matters.
Yes. So that tear wasn't enough to give you a distinct impression at that point. Is that fair to say?
No, not at this point, no.
You talked about Mercedes lip, a broad 5 by 3 centimeter area of erosion with overlying superficial layer of thin tan granulation tissue. What does that mean, granulation tissue?
It's,
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm gonna object to her reading from a document that's not in evidence.
All right, that'll be overruled.
yeah, what it means is it's a tissue trying to heal.
What part of the face was it?
It's on the inner side of the lip,
Inside her lip.
yes.
Could you ascertain what the source of that injury was?
No, you can't tell.
Like a child biting the inner side, inside of their mouth?
No, it's not biting. It could be any kind of trauma on top of the lip.
Did you notice some missing teeth?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember how many?
A few.
Was it unusual for a child of this age to have missing teeth?
I mean, one is, we can happen if they fall, but quite a few with overlaying trauma with different stages of healing is not common. It indicates there is some repeated trauma.
For how long a period?
It's probably days.
Days?
Yes, ma'am.
These were her baby teeth, as we lay people call them. Was that what
Yes,
was
it's,
in here?
yes, that's right.
Forgive me with these words, but present on the proximal mid-occipital scap head are 2 contusions measuring 2 by 3 centimeters. What is that?
It's on the back of the head are contusions or bruise.
Were these recent?
They appear recent because
And when we say recent, are you talking in terms of hours, days?
I would say days.
Have you, at this point in time, begun to formulate a cause of death in your mind?
No, because these are complicated cases, and we need to gather all the information.
Why was it complicated?
Because when I also need to look inside the body, not just outside.
Well, that's,
And inside the head, I did not see any obvious immediate cause of death.
so it was not, is it fair to say it was not the focus of your examination, her head?
Head is a main part of the examination, but I also look at other cavities like chest and abdomen.
Abdomen. You talk about a cluster of 3 contusions measuring 1 to 2 centimeters present on the lower left abdomen above the inguinal region. Was this done with, can you ascertain what caused these injuries?
It's just some kind of blunt trauma, and I can't really tell exact mechanism how it happened, but there is some trauma.
Thank you. talk about her fingers being swollen. What is that from? Was there an obvious injury there, or why would her?
No, what it is, it's an injury, but the tissue is reacting to the hand, and that it's the swelling is common in injury.
Even post-mortem?
Well, it's around the time of death, so yeah, I can still observe it.
But it was observable, that's the.
Yes,
Thank you. Her arms had several different kinds of contusions, is that correct?
yes, that's right.
There was no evidence of sexual assault, am I correct?
I did a completed examination and collected trace evidence. I'm not sure if it was submitted, but based on my exam, I examined the inside of the anal canal, vaginal canal. I did not see any tears or trauma.
At any point did you examine her throat?
Yes, inside, yes.
Did you see anything there?
But no, I could not see anything.
There was an allegation against the mother in her indictment that she had shoved a utensil down her throat. Did you observe any injuries from that?
I mean, not at the time of death, no, man, there was no evidence of trauma.
Inside her throat?
That's right.
The child, did you know the child had asthma? Was that obvious to you?
I looked for signs, but I did not see anything
You did not.
obvious in the body, nothing in the body.
Typically, if a person came before you and had asthma, is that something you would notice right off the bat, or you'd have to look further?
No, because asthma, remember, they don't come into medical exam. It's a treatable condition. And we have signs of asthmatic attack when they go to hospital. Typically, they tell us what happened. And we kind of already know what to look for. In this case, that was not obvious.
But have you seen deaths from a bad reaction to asthma?
Oh, yes, yeah.
You did a full dissection of Mercedes' back, is that correct?
I examined, yes.
It says a full dissection of the back.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I've seen autopsies on television, forgive my lack of knowledge. Do you turn the child over to examine the back, or,
Correct. Yes, we have to.
okay, and you cut the back as well?
Yes, yes.
Specifically, what did you observe that could have caused her death?
Well, I mean, like I said, all the injuries in the back, like around the buttocks, there were blood seeping into the deep tissues, which indicates the injuries I observed on the top went a little bit to the bottom. But again, these are only skin and soft tissue injuries. And that is not the immediate cause of death, but it can contribute to the death based on the severity and the distribution in a small child.
There were, from our, reviewing your report, it said there was no evidence of skull fractures.
That's right.
Thank you. The hyoid bone, where is that?
Hyoid bone is a U-shaped bone, especially in a child. It's in the neck. And it's very flexible, very soft and thin in a child.
And you said that the hyoid and larynx are intact.
Yes,
The hyoid bone was dissected and there was no evidence of trauma.
correct.
The airway is patent and unremarkable.
Yes.
Did you notice subsequent, or rather, excuse me, before this, is it fair to say that you did not see the ER charge nurse's report?
We look into it, but we don't look into that much detail because I have the body in front, and if necessary, I'll go back and read.
If the charge nurse had said that he removed food from the child's windpipe area, would that have affected anything that you looked at?
Well, the thing is, we need to know, is it really significant? Because there is chance of terminal aspiration, meaning if somebody is in the process of dying and the breathing kind of is not normal and sometimes food can get aspirated. So it is, we have seen that before, that's not the sole cause of death.
But it could be.
It only if it is significant, like a big chunk of meat, and then that needs to have evidence, like somebody saw somebody choking and went blue and then suddenly died, not slowly deteriorating. So it's a different scenario.
When you observed this autopsy of Mercedes, could you determine whether it was a sudden death or
It did not seem to be, based on the scenario presented, it seems like the patient or the child was deteriorating for a while.
stomach and intestines? It says the stomach is distended with large amounts of partially digested food material, which consists of partially digested fragments of what appears to be thin, white, noodle-like material along with soft white material. Is that something very unusual or not unusual?
Not unusual, it just depends on what they ate.
Were you able to determine what the actual food was?
No,
Just noodle-like.
yes.
Thank you. You tested for COVID,
Yes.
and what was that?
Just maybe at the time, just to rule out if anything else was going on.
Thank you. Now, I noticed in your microscopic examination of the lungs that the alveoli were slightly dilated and there were scattered minute elongated foreign material in the alveoli under polarized light. Could that have been the noodles?
No, I think it's probably over time, something in the food, what she ate could have been there.
There's a whopper of a word here, EOSINOPHILIC. Would you pronounce that?
Yeah, eosinophilic.
Yes, inoculate infiltration. No evidence of that?
Yes, what it is I'm describing, those are signs of asthma. And I didn't see any acute signs of asthma attack. So I'm saying a negative finding.
Thank you. Mucus Well, there's also no mucus plugs or thickened bronchial muscles, correct?
Yes, so again, those are also signs of asthma.
It said that there was a decalcified medial end of the clavicle. What does that mean?
What it is I took a small segment of collarbone and then you can't cut the bone, so you have to thin it out and then look under the microscope just to make sure that there is no problem to the bones. It's not a brittle bones or anything which can fracture. So documenting a normal finding, just to be thorough.
There was a comment here that healing abrasion of the skin, crater-like ulceration of dermis. What does that mean?
I took a section of the trauma or the scrape, which looked like old, and I want to confirm it, and it confirmed that it's an old skin lesion.
Again, couldn't we ascertain the cause?
Or it's trauma.
The tubules, where are they?
That's in the kidney.
There's evidence of necrosis in the kidney.
A kidney under a microscope, the tubules are the small tubes which collect transport the urine, and those under the microscope showed evidence of damage, meaning the kidney is failing.
They failed prior to her
It's
death,
just,
or
it's not functioning.
but was this prior to her death or
This is around the time of death.
around the time? Is that unusual?
Yes, it should not be there.
How did it get there? If you know,
I'm sorry.
I'll repeat your question.
how would that get there? The necrosis?
So the damage is caused in this condition by the products of the muscle being broken down by repeated trauma, and kidney is a filtering organ, so it's can't handle the load and shutting down.
Okay, we're almost through. Excuse me. The findings, multiple blunt force injuries of the body, and they're extensive. Evidence of rhabdomyolysis. Would you explain rhabdomyolysis, please?
Yes, yeah. So the word rhabdo means muscle in Latin, and lysis is breakdown. So what's happening is, due to the repeated trauma to the body, whatever injuries you see on the skin is affecting the muscles underneath, and the muscles over time break down, and the small molecules of the muscle get to the bloodstream and to the kidney, and then eventually everything shuts down.
Are you able to quantify?
But
You're not able to quantify the degree
No.
to which they've broken down?
no, I can't quantify it.
Is there a test that would quantify it?
No, I mean, we are even lucky to detect this stain in the kidney, which detected it, so that's the best we can do.
But there's no definitive determination about this, is there?
I mean, that is what it is, and then we know that based on the circumstance of the death, the extensive injuries of the death on the body, that it's resulted of trauma.
You said the circumstances of the death. When you
Yes.
performed this, were you aware of circumstances of this death?
After the autopsy, yes.
At this point, when you wrote these forms after the autopsy, not during,
Yes.
is that correct?
Yes, we have to wait for all the evidence, talk with the investigating police agency, and then have to come to a conclusion after.
People can survive rhabdo. Can I use the shortened term rhabdo? They can
Yes,
survive.
if you are made to hospital in the right time, not at the end stage, yes.
The testimony indicates that she was brought to the hospital with no life signs.
I think she was pretty much collapsed.
Now, which muscle was it that caused her death? The
Well,
What?
well, we can say which one. It's just general all over the body.
Well, you have muscles in your legs. Was it the muscles in her legs that caused her death?
Any muscle.
Any muscle could cause her death?
No, here in this particular case, the breakdown is the cells, not muscles.
The breakdown of what?
Of the muscle, any part of the body.
So if just your leg muscles broke down, that would kill you?
No, not just alone. The extent of the injury and over a period of time, it just adds up.
But at some point, there's this specific muscle that'll cause the death, right?
Object to
No,
leading,
it's not.
object to ask and answer.
All right, just one moment. All right, what is your objection?
Object to leading and also object to ask and answer.
Sustained.
It's fair to say that you don't know specifically which muscle broke down to cause her death.
No, we can't say.
So could you have been wrong with that?
I'm sorry.
Could you have been wrong in your analysis?
Object to argument.
No.
All right, that'll be overruled.
No, I'm not wrong. It's just my opinion, and we agreed with the other doctors. It was quality control analyzed, so we had a discussion, so it's not just my opinion alone.
And nobody else was able to determine which muscle it was that.
No, I don't think anybody can. That's not how it works.
Well, it's kind of important to be specific here.
No, I mean, as a doctor, we can only do so much.
Now, you notice that she was reported to have weakness and altered mental status for a few days. Who reported that? Do you know?
It's not a hospital as well as the law enforcement agency.
And where would they have gotten their information?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Who would have known prior to her death? The hospital,
Who was taking care?
whoever was taking care, yes.
Yeah.
Or not taking care, as the case may be.
Object to sidebar.
Sustained.
Reportedly, it says that the decedent was reported to have weakness and altered mental status for a few days and was terminally witnessed to collapse suddenly and went unresponsive while being fed. Witnessed to collapse.
Your Honor, I object to her reading of the document that's not in evidence.
Sustained. You can ask your next question.
I'm considering, Your Honor. Now, you have a fact here that there was evidence of terminal aspiration. What was that evidence?
Just like the food particles a little bit of microscopic evidence of possible in the lung alveoli.
In your report, you indicate that asphyxiation could not be ruled out. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Would this be evidenced by the terminal aspiration?
No, there's nothing to do with that.
What does it have to do with, Your Honor? Judge? No, doctor, excuse me. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, so I did receive information from the law enforcement agency that in the past, there was evidence of loss of consciousness due to the nose and mouth being covered, and that is a form of asphyxia. So what I'm trying to imply is if it happened in the past, I can definitely rule out that happened at the end.
You have a note here, as per the investigating police agency. And who was that?
The San Antonio police.
I subpoenaed, in addition to subpoenaing you, I subpoenaed the police records and medical records.
Object, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What I subpoenaed was not provided.
All right,
Objection.
excuse me, counsel, you need to ask the question. We're not here about your subpoena, you need to ask a specific question. State's objection will be sustained, ask your question.
Did you receive any written medical reports?
Yeah, I probably reviewed medical reports as well as police reports.
Do you have the whole file in front of you there?
No, not the file, no.
Do you have your bench notes?
No, I don't. I have my report, which is the permanent record.
But you do make bench notes during the course of an autopsy, don't you?
Yes, that's for transcription purposes only.
Do you recall any particular notes that you might have made that were not provided?
No, I mean, anything important or relevant, significant will be in my report.
I'm sorry, significant what?
Information will be in my report.
You have a notice here that the investigating police agency, in the past before death, the decedent was made to hold heavy objects in outstretched arms, and the upper extremities were strapped to a pole with bandage to hold them outwards. Do you remember where you got that information?
From the police agency.
And you have no idea where they got that information?
Object
No.
to relevance.
Sustained.
Why is the judge letting her just read?
There's a report here that that the decedent was witness to suffer asphyxial events in the past. Again, that's only from police reports, not from your personal knowledge. Is that correct?
Not from my personal knowledge, no.
Why did you say that asphyxia could not be ruled out?
Object to asked and answered.
That'll be overruled. You can answer.
Well, what it is in the child with extensive trauma and with prior history of trauma, and especially with the history of asphyxial event in the past, I cannot for sure rule out the same happen at the end.
If her bronchial, if her windpipe was blocked, could that have been a cause of death?
Like I said, that is a very specific event. They need to have those specific findings, and the terminal circumstances should indicate that without any prior trauma or any injuries on the body, then it's a different scenario. So it's case by case basis, and that's not what happened here.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yeah, he's on Zoom.
He's on Zoom.
Okay, why?
Can she approach?
I meant the court reporter, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Stop, make it stop,
Yes,
people.
may approach court report.
Make her stop.
Dr. Kanan, do you have the investigative report and autopsy report in front of you?
I have the autopsy report.
And what is the case number on your report, which is different.
It's 2022-0365.
All right, so here's my question. Is she seeking to admit that into evidence?
Yes.
Or is there gonna be any objections to that being submitted into evidence?
Your Honor, I object to the state of it. It does have highlights, which
All right, does anyone have a clean copy?
I can print one.
I object to the grandma, right there, the grandma lawyer. Come on, she's reading everything word from word. Come on, the judge let her get away with it too. I bet you it's her last case.
Here.
Dr. Kanan, do you remember how many autopsies that you performed a year while you were here in San Antonio?
Each year,
I'm sorry?
is it per year or,
When you were here in San Antonio for that year, 2020.
oh, I don't know, probably more than 200?
You're familiar with Dr. Tamayo, Vincent Tamayo?
Yeah, I trained under him.
Object to relevance.
Overruled.
He said in his book,
Object to counsel testimony.
Sustained.
if he were to say in his book that more than 230 autopsies a year is too much, and it can't be accurate, would that be true?
Object to relevance.
That'll be overruled.
Object to hearsay.
All right, that'll be overruled. You can answer the question if you can answer.
Yeah, I mean, that's just an arbitrary number set by the National Association of Medical Examiners.
Yes.
They don't want each ME to go more than 250 autopsies. That's just a number.
Just a number. It doesn't,
Yeah.
in your opinion, does it indicate that there's not as much accuracy in this kind of cases beyond that?
I mean, there are some offices, they have to do more than that, but ideally it should be below that.
All right,
Is
just
this,
one moment. Mr. Munoz, would you state, are you gonna have any objection to, it appears they want to enter an exhibit?
I don't have an objection, Your Honor.
All right, what exhibit number is that?
you're gonna,
Defense exhibit number 2, Your Honor.
All right, any objection to defense exhibit number 2?
No.
And for the record, what exactly is defense exhibit number 2?
it's the investigative report of the medical examiner's office and the autopsy report.
All right, defense exhibit number 2 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's just the autopsy report. But for clarification, Your Honor, it is just the autopsy report here labeled as defense exhibit number 2.
All right, that is admitted without objection.
May I approach the court reporter?
Yes.
I just,
Just have to report you.
that's what.
All right, ask your next question.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, this is the second half of my exhibit that the state objected to because there were markings on it. Thank you. This is still exhibit B. I'm sorry, D2.
All right, y'all want to label that as defense exhibit number 3? State, are you going to have any objection to defense exhibit number 3?
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, and what is, for the record, what is defense exhibit number 3?
Defense exhibit number 3 is the investigative report, the one that was sent in, when I cross-examined the doctor.
Stop, counsel. My question was, what is defense exhibit number 3?
The investigative report. of
Any
that.
objection, state, for defense exhibit number 3 being admitted?
No.
All right, defense exhibit number 3 is admitted without objection.
Thank you. I'll cast the witness.
All right, state.
Okay, good morning, Dr. Cannon.
Good morning.
And I think we skipped introductions. You are now the Chief Medical Examiner in Nueces County, correct?
Yes, that's right.
When did you leave Bexar County?
I left Bear County, September of 2022.
Okay. Now, you mentioned earlier that this was a complicated case, correct?
Yes,
And you did the autopsy and then you looked at other evidence and you said you collaborated with other physicians?
yes.
Okay. And is it common in a case like Mercedes that it actually took a couple months to get the report back?
Oh, yes, because you have to put all the evidence in. When you don't have any one big diagnosis on the day of autopsy, we need to hold on and put everything together and make sure we have everything.
Okay. Now I'm just going to go through some of the things you talked about to kind of solidify. So it is your testimony that the lip, based on the location and the state of it, that it was definitely from outside trauma, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Now there was some question about, well, can this happen post-mortem? Isn't it true that living processes that like swelling and temperature control, they stop when you die, correct?
yeah, I mean, tissue that reacts different after trauma, and I could differentiate postmortem trauma versus trauma happened before because we are experts in interpreting trauma.
Okay. Now you said there was no evidence of sexual assault. However, you did notate that she had a dilated anus, correct?
Yes, that is the outside part, but I didn't really know what to make out of it.
Okay. And then you said there was no evidence of any trauma to her throat, correct?
No trauma.
And you mentioned a couple examinations for asthma. What were those?
First of all, when we open the airway, we are going to see some like mucus or like a slimy plugs obstructing the airway. I didn't see that. And also under the microscopic section, I did not see evidence of asthma.
Okay, so there was no physical evidence that she would have been having an asthma attack.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. The hyoid bone, that's something that is usually looked at if there's a suspicion of, say, suffocation by the neck, correct? Or strangulation, I should say.
Yeah, strangulation, manual, we see that, and I don't think there is anything evidence of that here, no.
Okay, so if the medical history and what witnesses have said is that the defendant, Jose Ruiz, would put his hand over her mouth and his hand
Objection,
over
Your
her
Honor.
nose.
Stating a fact not presented.
If the witness has said that he would put his hand over her mouth and hand over her nose to restrict her airways, that would not impact the hyoid bone, correct?
No, that's way higher up. It will not show evidence in higher.
Okay. And I just wanted to make this clear because this phrase terminal aspiration has been thrown around a lot. That means that the aspiration happened while somebody is already dying, correct?
In the process of dying, yes. That's nothing to do with the cause of death.
Okay. And rhabdomyolysis was something that was absolutely confirmed in Mercedes' case, correct?
Yes, we confirmed it by microscopic evidence, and we confirmed with the other doctors. Multiple eyes looked at it, yes.
And you testified that rhabdo can be caused when the muscles suffer trauma, but it can also be caused from extreme exertion as well, correct?
Yes, it can, and those can be corrected if taken to the hospital immediately. And whereas here it looks like it's happened over time.
Yes, and independently, trauma such as Mercedes could cause rhabdo, correct?
Yes, it can, yes.
But then also, if you had a 5-year-old like Mercedes who was forced to hold objects for 3-4 hours at a time over a 2 or 3 week long period, that would also explain rhabdo as well, wouldn't it?
Yes, because you're using muscles for a long period of time. It can happen, yes.
So in Mercedes' case, where she has extensive injuries and there's evidence of long-term exertion of her muscles, it makes sense that she has rhabdo, doesn't it?
It adds up all those scenarios.
And you would agree that rhabdo is treatable if taken responsibly when they start showing symptoms, correct?
Yeah, early stages, yes.
However, it does pose a substantial risk of death.
Well, especially in a thin individual and young child, they don't have much risk, so.
Yeah. And when you say especially in a young child, what makes them more susceptible?
Well, in medicine, young and old are similar. They don't have like a well-developed adult, so they're vulnerable to disease.
Okay. So Mercedes, being a 5-year-old, was more vulnerable to being abused, basically.
Well, I mean, that's a general statement, but
Understood. I'll retract that question. Now, asphyxia. When someone dies of asphyxia, would you consider that to be a sudden death?
it depends on the mechanism. If somebody's holding the airway obstruction like nose and mouth, it still takes some effort to do that.
Okay. Would you expect somebody who has asphyxia to then vomit and start talking before they die?
No, I mean, if that is the cause of death, they should die as a result of that.
Okay, so asphyxia would happen and then they should die after that without gaining
If
consciousness.
that is the only trauma, and then that is the end of it, yes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kanan. I'll pass the witness.
I'm sorry, doctor, I'm confusing you, but I respect you, and that's why I'm calling you your honor. Mrs. Mitchell mentioned to you, she used the word absolutely to determine that it was rhabdo. Would you have used that word absolutely?
No, I mean, we are positive.
We are positive, but that's
Yes,
not absolutely.
I wouldn't say absolutely, no.
I have a hypothetical. If someone was watching and saw someone jamming food down Mercedes' throat, and then Mercedes vomiting it out, trying to get rid of it, and that person were to jam a spoon down Mercedes' throat, and Mercedes then fell on the floor and had no breath, would that affect you at all if that was evidence put in front of you?
No, I mean, that mechanism doesn't sound right in this particular case. That doesn't fit the story.
What story?
Of the findings I see in the body.
But if you had been presented with that fact before you did all this, would that make a difference?
Well, even if it's presented, I would research into it, look into it. Like I said, it sounds like a choking that which I have investigated many. We would particularly look into that, and I don't think there is any evidence of that here.
There was no evidence that you searched into it either, was that correct?
I do not think that happened here because there was no facts presented to me, and then I did not see any evidence of that.
That's the point. No facts were presented to you about that. But if facts like this had been presented to you, would you have done your autopsy differently?
No, it wouldn't be any different. I would still do the same. And like I say, each case is different, each scenario is different. Did that really happen in the case question?
And again, it's impossible to say which muscles broke down to cause the death.
No, man, we just say general because the test doesn't say which muscle did it.
It's not very precise though, is it?
No, it's not supposed to be precise. It's just to diagnose a breakdown
Why isn't it supposed to be precise?
because there's not particular a stain or a test which can distinguish each muscle. The skeletal muscles in the body are all the same, so.
And there's no way to quantitate.
No, we can't quantify it, no.
It sounds very vague to me. Was it vague?
It's a phenomenon and it's a known phenomenon and we found evidence of it, so.
But it also fits the narrative of the very badly damaged little baby's body, right?
I'm sorry, damaged.
It fits your narrative.
Objection argumentative, sustained.
Would you have been able to diagnose this as rhabdo immediately after the autopsy, or did you have to talk about it with your colleagues?
No, not immediately. We have to talk about it.
So you weren't able to determine immediately that rhabdo was the cause of death?
No, not immediately, no.
Ask the witness.
No further questions, Chairman.
All right, is this witness
He's
excused?
excused and not subject to recall.
All right.
Thank you.
The rule has been invoked, Dr. Kane. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone except for the state of the defense. Thank you
Thank
for
you, Your Honor.
sitting in. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And bye.
You're excused.
All right, if you all will bring out Miss Mendoza.
Yes, Your Honor. Call the district clerk. She's here.
He was here, Todd. He was here, I don't guess.
No, well, is the district clerk in the back?
It's our understanding it's in the hallway, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring in the district clerk. Just one moment. And Deputy Moore, if you could check in the back to see if Tom McCray is back yet. Thank you. Hello, would you take a seat here, please? All right, if you could raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up for members of the jury and the court reporter if you'll state your name for the record.
Donnie Gonzalez.
Ms. Donnie, my name is Teresa Conley. Good morning. Can you bring the records that you have for Jose Angel Ruiz and Katrina Mendoza?
Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to object to the relevance of this witness and to ask for a voir dire outside the presence of the jury.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to see you in the back briefly. Remember my previous instructions. Everyone, please rise for the jury. All right, Todd, they should prefer next because you have left, but after this witness, you'll be next.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, stage, want to take a witness on board here?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What records were you requested to bring in?
On the subpoena, all indictments or charging instruments for Jose Ruiz and Katrina Mendoza.
What did you bring with you, if anything?
None.
Why not?
There are no indictments.
I'm sorry, Donnie, what was that?
There are no indictments.
Are you,
In regards to, related to murder or capital murder charges.
is that the sole extent that you were requested to come and testify, correct?
Yes.
Ask the witness, Your Honor.
No questions.
Your Honor,
So what's the relevancy?
exactly, there's no relevance.
It's relevant as to what they've been charged. This is a capital murder case. It's a child under 10. She's
No, this
murdered.
is not a capital murder case.
It's not charged as a capital murder case, but under Texas law, murder of a child under 10 is capital murder. And Ms. Donnie is just saying that there is no record of a charge of capital murder or even of murder in this case. And that's relevant to my case.
Your Honor, we would say that this is not relevant. Further, the witnesses or the jury knows what the indictment is. It was read to them, and defense counsel read the entirety of Ms. Mendoza's charge. They are aware that there is no murder charge and this is not relevant.
All right, state's objection to this witness is going to be sustained. The court is finding that her testimony is not relevant. The court is basing that decision on the indictment that is before the court and the indictment that was read when the accused entered his plea of not guilty. In that indictment, there's no listing of a murder or capital murder. So you're excused. All right,
Thank you, Ms. Donnie.
I'm pardon?
I just said thank you to Ms. Donnie.
All right, if you'll bring out Ms. Mendoza.
Okay, can I bring jurors out? Because she's,
Yes.
bring the jurors first and I'll go get her.
All right. Mr. Todd McCray, where are you? Okay.
All right, can we have a break, a bathroom break, rest break, whatever you want to call it?
5 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, me too.
Can you let her know it's 5 minutes?
Oh my God. Oh, sorry, guys. Kangaroo cart room. Whew. Uh-oh, the mama's back.
For February of 2022. Is that correct?
No, they were enrolled.
They were where?
They were enrolled.
Where?
I don't know the name of the school.
Did they attend that school at all in January?
I can't remember.
How many children did you have?
2.
Was Mercedes in school at all?
Yes.
Where?
I can't remember the name of the school.
Was she in a school or was she in a daycare?
School.
Was it a free school or was it a paid school?
Object to relevance.
Hurry over, you can answer the question.
It was a free school.
In order to get her into that school, do you remember what address you might have used?
1106 Caspian Point.
I'm sorry, 1106.
Caspian Point.
And where was that?
By Warbach and Fortin.
And who lived there?
My godfather, my godsister, my 2 little brothers, and my godsister's husband.
And you too, is that right?
And me and my kids, yes.
So they only went to that school when you were staying at that house, is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
On January 12th, I'm sorry, 13th of 2022, do you recall telling Jose that you had Mercedes hold her arms in the air for for 2 days in a row. When she got up the next morning, it started 2 full days. Do you remember telling him that?
No,
So if it's in an email, it must be a mistake.
I'm not sure. I don't remember seeing that.
You were saying that Jose beat your child to death about 3 weeks before her death. Do you remember that?
What I meant was his abuse caused her death, yes.
It couldn't have been the abuse that you caused on January 13th of 2022.
No,
What did you do to your child that day? Do you remember?
no,
If you have a text that says you did something, did you lie in texts?
sometimes I would lie to Jose about what I was doing just to avoid an argument.
Pass the witness.
You have 1 second. Katrina, for what purpose would you lie to Jose about what you were doing with Mercedes?
Because he would get angry if I treated her a certain way, so I knew what he wanted to hear, so sometimes I would just tell him what he wanted to hear to avoid an argument or to get physical altercations or just to avoid an argument.
And what did he want to hear?
That I was punishing Mercedes in any type of way.
And you just testified you were living with your godfather, that's Homer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but on January 21st of 2022, there was an altercation and you moved out, correct?
Yeah, around there, yes.
Okay, and prior to you leaving Homer's home, Mercedes, the day before, had gone with Jose.
Yes.
And there was testimony, and defense asked you questions about that you had said that Jose had beat Mercedes 3 weeks prior to her death. Isn't it true that you're actually meaning he beat her for the 3 weeks, prior to her death?
Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
Not just 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Pass the witness.
3 weeks, the 3 weeks prior to her death, you testified on my direct examination that he hadn't seen the children for 2 days before her death. Was that a lie?
Can you ask again?
You testified on my direct examination that Jose had not seen the children for 2 days, 2 full days prior to her death.
Yes, that's true.
It is true. Definitely didn't see them. And at that point, say the 3rd day, where were you living?
I was staying with Jeanette.
Staying with Jeanette. What kind of an altercation was it that you had at your godparents' home that you left?
We got into it because Jordan was playing with one of my little brothers, and I got upset for some reason. I don't remember, but I confronted my godfather, Homer, about it, and he kind of didn't want to get after his son for, I think they were fighting over something, him, Jordan and my little brother. And I told my godfather, and he didn't really he kind of just pushed it to the side. He didn't address his son about it. So I got upset, and my godfather kind of pushed me. And so.
I'm sorry, physically pushed you?
Yes.
Where were you when this happened? Were you in his house when this happened?
Yes.
What part of the house?
Object to relevance.
You say he pushed you. He took his hand and threw it against your body. Is that right?
I'm going to object to relevance and ask and answers.
How did he push you?
Object to relevance.
Isn't it true that the fight was really about how badly you were treating Mercedes and they had gotten sick of it?
No,
Isn't it true that on the 21st, when this supposedly happened, that the CPS worker had been to your house there?
Object to leading.
That'll be overruled.
no,
What day was she there?
I don't remember, but it wasn't the day before we left.
But it was around then, wasn't it?
About like maybe 2 weeks before we left.
2 weeks before you left. What are we talking about in terms of time here? You left on the 21st?
No, I believe I left on the 22nd.
22nd. And if the witness testified that it was the 21st of the last appointment, that would be a mistake, is that right?
I'm not sure. I don't really remember, so I could be wrong.
In the course of this testimony, you've remembered some things very clearly and other things not at all.
I'm gonna object to argumentative.
Overruled. Ask your question.
Overruled, your
Ask your question.
Can she answer that? You
Yeah,
overruled?
ask your question, and she'll answer it, if she can.
I'm sorry, Ms. Diana, would you mind reading it back?
In the course of this testimony, he remembered some things very clearly and other things not at all.
Thank you. Why is that?
Because it's been 2 years.
3 years?
2.
2 years. And is there anything else more significant in your life than something like this that you would forget it?
There's just some things that I don't remember.
That you don't want to answer or that you don't remember?
That I don't remember.
Your Honor, I'd like to show the witness testimony of her daughter, Jordan. I need help with the state putting it on.
They're grabbing it.
Ask your question as it relates to this exhibit. What question do you have of her?
I have to put it on, Your Honor. I wanted to say it and then I'll ask.
All right, no, that's not how it works. If everybody could approach.
Here we go. Go back to your chair, Grandma. Got it all under control, Grandma. Get back there. Go, Grandma.
Did you ever talk to your daughter Jordan the day after Mercedes' death was announced?
No.
I would like to get your opinion on what your daughter said about you.
No
And
objection.
it's- Objection?
I'm sorry to interrupt. I thought she was done. I'm gonna object irrelevant.
That will be sustained.
If your daughter said that you were jamming food into Mercedes' mouth and Mercedes was spitting it out, Would that be true?
No,
If Mercedes was spitting out globs of food, would that be true?
no.
Why were you feeding her anyway?
I wasn't feeding her, she fed herself, but I gave her food because it was time to eat.
What time was it?
Maybe about 1:30 to 30 o'clock in the afternoon.
Was she on regular meal time?
Object to relevance.
No,
What food do you recall giving her at 1:30, 2:30, whatever?
well, due to the swelling of her mouth and the missing teeth that she had, I gave her soup, I gave her bananas, I gave her yogurt, I gave her water.
You didn't shove it in her mouth.
No,
Jordan was lying.
I believe she's been coached.
Who would have coached her?
I'm not sure because I didn't have her right before, when I was in the hospital, she was not with me.
Where was she?
She was with Jose and Jeanette.
And who would have coached her about what she said?
Objection, speculation.
The witness testified that somebody coached her. What I'd like to ascertain is who would have coached her?
The objection has been sustained to speculation.
So do you retract your statement that she was coached since it's all speculation?
All right, the court makes its rulings. I have ruled that with regards to speculation, the objection is sustained. Ask your next question.
I asked her, Your Honor,
That will be
She
sustained.
retracts.
Ask your next question.
would you retract your statement that she was coached?
Objection, argumentative, speculation, relevance.
Sustained.
I'd like to put that video on now, Your Honor, because of prior inconsistent statements and for impeachment.
It is not her statement. It's someone else's statement. That will be,
I'll object, Judge, that's not proper impeachment.
you're not allowed to do that. It's not proper impeachment.
Was sustained?
Yes.
Thank you.
I mean, this is a child's murder here. Oh my God, this is
We'll
crazy.
pass the witness, Your Honor.
No further questions, Judge,
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
from the state.
All right, the rule is that invoked, you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. Do you understand? All right, you may step down. All right. Defense, call your next witness.
Your Honor, I don't believe she came. It was the pediatrician, but as far as I know, she's not here. Could you just give us a moment?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you all step outside for 5 minutes.
All right, for the jury.
Remember my previous instructions.
I bet you that pediatrician is seeing what's going around here, and she's gonna be like, I want no part of it. Yep, that's what happened. Whoop. Maybe not.
Which dates the child did not show up for appointments?
Hold on. Sorry.
State your name for the record, please.
Here we go.
Dr. Veronica Zamora Campos.
All right, defense is your witness, and please make sure everyone that you speak into the microphones.
Doctor, you were a pediatrician, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And are you a member of a practice?
Yes, I am.
How many doctors are there?
We have 4 providers.
Currently, When did you first treat Mercedes Losoya?
I treated Mercedes on September 21, 2017.
You're the first person to treat her?
That is correct.
And after that time, did you treat her or were other doctors in your practice treating her?
The other providers treated her.
If you were to treat Mercedes today, and you can't because she's dead, but if you were, would you be referring to those records before you dealt with the child?
Yes, yes, I would.
Is that a common practice?
To refer to the record when we treat our patient, yes.
Yes. Okay. Do your records indicate that there were appointments that the child did not show up for?
Yes.
Can you tell us which dates the child did not show up for appointments?
May 3rd, 2018. September 5th. No, correction. That's an error. November 15th, 2018. March 5th, 2019. July 9th, 2019. April 27th, 2020. August 11th, 2020. March 10th, 2021. And July 23rd, 2021.
Okay. Do your records indicate why the child did not show up?
I'm gonna object. Calls for speculation and hearsay.
All right, if you know, you can answer the question.
No indication. No indication on the record why they did not show up.
Thank you. Do you have a diagnosis in your records for the disease of asthma?
Yes,
And does it notice in your records when the child was first diagnosed with asthma?
her mother's history, August of 2017.
2017. So, what was the regime that was recommended to the parent to care for the child with asthma?
In which visit?
Whenever, the first time, whenever she first got instructions on how to deal with the disease.
Oh, according to her, I believe it was her March 28, 2018 visit that she received instructions on wheezing, and her medications were initiated. So just can't speak for the physician what they spoke verbally, but they gave her guidance on when to follow up in 1 month.
Did she show up for that visit in 1 month?
No, but she was rescheduled. She was rescheduled like 3 weeks later, 26 days to be exact.
Did she show up for that appointment?
Yes, she did. She did show up at that visit, and then, but she usually had another reason for coming in. Hers was a hand, foot, mouth. She had gone to, she got to the ER. She had gone to Baptist ER for a rash. And that's when they gave her a breathing treatment. So, yeah, they discussed it at those 2 visits.
What kind of medications were prescribed, if any?
Albuterol, which is a bronchodilator, that was an inhaler, and Flovent, which is an inhaled corticosteroid, as a preventative measure for asthma flare-ups.
Do you know if those prescriptions were filled?
No, I do not.
There is, if a child holds her breath with this condition, would that be a voluntary thing more than likely, or?
I'm gonna object. Calls for speculation.
All right, you can ask your question, then the court will hear your objection.
Repeat the question?
If a child were to hold her breath with this condition, would it be a result of asthma or just bad temper or what? Can you say?
Unlikely for a 2-year-old to hold her breath willingly.
Are there any other specific maladies that Mercedes was diagnosed with?
Oh, when I saw her specifically, it was just her speech delay. That's throughout all her 7 provider visits. Most of them are well checked. Most of them are about her speech delays and getting referred out for early childhood intervention speech therapy.
I noticed she missed an appointment in March of the following year when she was a 1-year-old. Up to that point, did she have all her appropriate vaccinations and shots?
I'm gonna
She
object.
was-
I'm sorry, Doctor. I'm gonna object to relevance.
Sustain.
There's a diagnosis down there and not so much a diagnosis, but a recommendation that she receive cardiovascular care. Which doctor recommended that?
Dr. Sedlick, that was her last visit in the office, April 23rd, 2021.
Is there any indication that she followed up on that with a cardiologist?
We do not have records, but it's not uncommon for us not to receive the records from the specialist.
Did Dr. Settler describe why she was recommending cardiology treatment? For
Because she heard a heart murmur on exam.
What does that really mean?
There's an extra sound between your heartbeats. So like lub-dub, you're gonna have a sound in between or after. So it's an extra sound that we hear and we investigate it. Majority of them are benign, but as a rule, we try to be complete and refer to cardiology just to rule out any other problem.
You have no further information on your file, is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes, the witness.
State has no questions.
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state of the defense. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
Defense, call your next witness.
Rest and close, Your Honor.
All right, state, do you close?
State rest and close. Yes, Judge.
All right, and defense, you close.
Yes, Your Honor, rest and close.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, this is all the evidence you're going to hear at this phase of the trial. What I'm going to do is I'm going to send you to the back. We still have a couple more things to work on the jury charge, and then I'll bring you back. Remember my previous instructions. All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors.
Okay. We're not gonna listen to all the jury instructions. No. Hold on a minute. Yeah, that's too boring. Okay, we're just gonna go right to closing.
The statutory limitation period for the offense of any party with Katrina Mendoza did recklessly by act cause bodily injury
Here we go.
unless each element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that a person has been arrested, confined, or indicted for, or otherwise charged with the offense gives rise to no inference of guilt. Gives rise to no inference of guilt at his trial. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant unless the jurors are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in the case. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. And if it fails to do so, you must acquit the defendant. It is not required that the prosecution prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. It is required that the prosecution's proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt, After considering all the evidence before you and these instructions, you will acquit him and say by your verdict not guilty. Suitable forms for your verdict are attached to the charge for your convenience if you care to use them, but they are not intended to suggest to you in any way what your verdict should be, and you may or may not, as you see fit, make use of them. At any rate, your verdict must be in writing and signed by your presiding juror. Your only duty at this time is to determine whether the defendant is guilty of the indictment in this cause, and you must restrict your deliberations to the issue of whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty and nothing else. After you have retired to the jury room, no one has any authority to communicate with you except the officer who has you in charge. Do not attempt to talk to the officer or anyone else concerning any question you may have. Instead, address your questions to the court in writing. If you want to communicate with the court, notify the bailiff. Any and all communication relative to the case must be written, prepared by the presiding juror, and submitted to the court through the bailiff. Respectfully submitted, Judge Stephanie Boyd, 187 District Court, Bexar County, Texas, and suitable forms are attached. Before we begin, can I have parties approach, please?
When I became disoriented, did recover from that one, but Friday was a disaster, and I apologize for it. What I'm asking you to consider, first of all, what if Jose wasn't home that day? Would he be in that chair right now? I think it's an interesting point. Mercedes is dead. Precious Mercedes Losoya, 5-year-old child, is dead. How did she die? The state's not worried about that. They're just worried about what happened before she died. There are plenty of charges. I won't go into all of them. I don't want to drive you crazy. You've been here long enough. I am most deeply influenced by Jordan. She had a front row seat to everything that happened. Maybe she was asleep sometimes. Basically, she was there. I don't believe she had an opportunity to be coached. She gave her statement to a social worker, apparently the day after her sister was found dead. And the testimony she gave was that her mother was jamming food into her sister's mouth. Her sister was spitting it out. She kept jamming it in. And ultimately, she shoved a spoon down Mercedes' throat. At that point, Mercedes fell on the floor, according to Jordan, and she had no more breath. Jordan said that her mom tried to put breath in Mercedes, but it didn't work. I believe she said it happened twice, but it didn't work. Mercedes had no more breath. My recollection is that Jordan then said, my mom took me and Mercedes, and we went to her boyfriend's apartment somewhere in the complex. Mercedes had an opportunity to say, oh, Jose brought her back to life when we got to his place. She never said that. As far as she was concerned, her sister was dead when they left Jeanette's apartment. And they were in Jeanette's apartment. They weren't in Jose's apartment. Who was Jeanette? You never saw her. State never brought her. But she was there. She had been the place where Katrina had stayed with her children for 2 days before her death. Katrina told you that. Now, I'm telling you things that I saw, my perceptions, my beliefs. You are not required to listen to me. I'm required to tell you what I think and to hope you will go the direction that I'm trying to put you in. But you don't have to. You are the final determiner of what is truthful and what you've just seen for the past week. What did CPS, Child Protective Services, do to protect Mercedes? His name is not called Jose Protective Services. The name of the agency is Child Protective Services. Did you hear anything that indicated that they protected Mercedes? Anything at all? I would suggest to you that you didn't. You heard a very fine man, Mr. Adame, report on what he saw as an investigator, but you didn't hear any testimony about, well, we're CPS and we did this or that. To my knowledge, you didn't see it. Again, it's your information, it's your beliefs that count, not what any lawyer tells you. And then there's the police. We had, I believe, 3 neighbors that testified that they called the police because they heard a child crying in agony. Not just moaning and groaning because she didn't have a toy, but crying in pain. They heard they heard hits, they heard smacks. They called the police. With the witness Mo, as I recall, they didn't show up. With the other witness, the couple, the woman said they did come to the upstairs apartment, but they didn't go inside, to the best of her knowledge. They just stayed outside. I didn't hear any follow-up. It's up to you. Did you hear any follow-up by SAPD? Now, I'm not telling you that that cop should have broken in the door. In the present climate, he'd probably have been arrested if he had broken in the door. But he could have followed up with somebody from his department the next day looking into, was the child all right? You didn't hear any evidence whatsoever that anybody checked up on Mercedes. There was another time that that neighbor called, as I recall, and she said that there was no response at all. In both cases, that neighbor was not contacted apparently by anybody to follow up on the story about whether the child was safe or not. Ultimately, that's really what we're talking about in this whole case. Who protected the child? The state has submitted Katrina Mendoza, the co-defendant, as the witness against Jose. Technically, there are, in my opinion, only 3 people, that would have the information on what actually happened. Katrina, Jose, and Jordan. The judge has instructed you cannot rely completely on the testimony or evidence produced by the accomplice. And I ask you, what was produced, except what Jordan said, other than by the accomplice? I would say everything. Everything came in from her. Was she believable? That's your decision, not mine. She called her daughter a liar. She said Jordan didn't really see her shoving food down the child's mouth. Jordan didn't really see her put a spoon in her mouth. Jordan didn't really see her fall to the floor. And Jordan didn't really see her stop breathing. Jordan never used the word stop breathing. Again, what I'm saying to you is what I recall. I'm not trying to mislead you. Your statements, your thoughts and remembrance may be different than mine. It's you that count. I can't say that enough. She also said that reports from police and whatnot were wrong. An interesting thing I thought about Katrina's testimony was her memory that sometimes was crystal clear and other times she couldn't remember anything. She only had 2 kids. She couldn't remember what schools they went to. She couldn't remember what medicines they got. She couldn't really recognize asthma and that it's a serious disease in her child. She said, as I recall, that it wasn't very serious asthma. Who do you believe, Jordan or her mother? We have the detectives, Detective Lawrence Size and Detective Cahill, who gave an extremely expert analysis of what they had seen. They were horrified, understandably. But they were, I believe, flawless in what they did in terms of investigation. Gustavo Cervantes was the charge nurse, as I remember him to be. He didn't see Katrina run into the hospital carrying Mercedes saying, "Help my baby," but he heard it. According to the charge nurse, She had no life in her. She was cold. She had no signs of life. They tried to resuscitate her. I think it was 3 times that they had to do it under the Glasgow rules or something, but they couldn't resuscitate her. They put an instrument in her knee and various other places to try to get blood and put IVs in, but they weren't successful. At that point, we have Katrina, I believe, feigning an emotional situation. Detective Cahill didn't believe her at all. He thought she was faking emotion at the time. And this was right away. This wasn't days later. It was right away. If you're carrying your child into an ER, do you have to fake it? If she's not breathing, again, your call. I suggest to you that if you believe, and I don't know what you're going to believe, so I'm covering different angles of this, but if you believe that Mercedes was alive when Jose saw her and that he gave her resuscitation, and I believe he said held her over his shoulder like a baby, patting her, trying to clear her lungs. If you believe that, and if you believe he acted carefully and reasonably, that's a defense. It's a defense by the statute. It's not a defense by Teresa. It's a defense by the statute.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the statement of the law.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the law will be given to you in the charge of the court. You may continue. And 5 minutes, counsel.
Thank you. When you look at your charge, it will explain probably in better language than I just used because I didn't have it memorized. But if you feel that that part really did happen and that she didn't come there dead, then you find him not guilty. Katrina is going to get a benefit out of her testimony. She could get probation, which is the other term for deferred adjudication. The most she can get in jail, the most, under her plea agreement, is 45 years. She could get anywhere up to 45 years. Over 5, it has to be minimum 5, but anywhere up to 45 years. What if she did such a good job and you convict Jose of all this stuff? What if she gets 10? What if she gets probation?
Object to relevance, Your Honor.
All right, that'll be overruled. Ladies and gentlemen, this is closing arguments. You may proceed.
Thank you, Aaron. My final words to you. Nobody protected that child, that beautiful little child, when she was alive. Nobody vindicated her death. It's up to you to do that.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court? The jurors. Mercedes Losoya was 5 years old. She was a 5-year-old little girl. Now, unfortunately, everyone except Katrina that you saw in this trial only knew her from February 7th, 2022 and on. They can only describe her as bruised, missing hair, missing toenails, missing teeth, horrifically injured. So what do we know about her? We get from the little details. We know that the neighbors would hear her talking back. You can tell from that picture she loved her sister. She was a fighter. As Detective Lloyd said, she was a second born. Discipline. Discipline is what Katrina called it. She needed more discipline, so she went to Jose. He said, hey, give her to me. I'll show her discipline. Well, discipline was abuse. But what Jose did took it to a whole other level. that abuse became cruelty, plain cruelty, torture. And this case has been emotional, it has been trying, it's important. Down to the technicalities. Jury deliberations, you are to select a foreman, go through the evidence. I think we have 111 exhibits. Not everything is in evidence. It's important to understand the police reports. Things that we referred to but didn't actually admit are not going to go back there. But you'll have multiple videos, Jordan's statements, defendant's statements. That charge is enormous. It took us 45 minutes to read it. Don't get lost in the weeds. Don't overthink it. On or about, this is one of the ways that people sometimes get lost. On or about is just that. You'll see a date range from the counts. There's January 23rd, 2022, all the way to February 5th. On or about simply means before the date of indictment. I know that sounds silly, but legally that's all it has to be. Do not get stuck on that. It's been proven. Now, count 1, injury to a child causing serious bodily injury. You all do not have to agree how the serious bodily injury occurred exactly. Only that Jose Ruiz was the cause, acting with Katrina Mendoza. You can say that manner and means unknown. We know he hit her. We know he made her hold heavy things, but we don't know exactly what led to the serious bodily injury. Or paragraph B, failing to seek care. Count 2, we have an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and counts 3 to 8 are injury to a child with bodily injury. Manner and means, you must be unanimous that the actions of the defendant and co-defendant, Katrina Mendoza, as a party, resulted in serious bodily injury to Mercedes. Our serious bodily injury is not one, obviously she has bruises all over her. She's covered in bruises. All of those bruises, either by themselves or in conjunction with the horrendous exertion that they put on this little girl, led to rhabdomyolysis, rhabdo, which led to kidney failure. And you heard that that is a substantial risk of death. And one thing defense counsel said, I'm going to repeat again, we're not here how she died. That day, that horrible day, when for some reason this defendant chose to go from northeast side of town, ignore all the hospitals up there, and drive all the way to Southwest General. We're not here to talk about how she died on that day. We know she had rhabdomyolysis, and we know that she had injuries covering her body. That injury is enough. Law of parties. If you think Katrina Mendoza is the one who did all of these things, but you think that they acted together. Remember, Katrina was the one who invited him to use physical discipline on her. Katrina was the one who would spank her, have him hold her down. They did it together until it got to be a little too much for Katrina.
Feel as if you're free from allergies and gravity. Live Claritin Clear.
We know that even before that, the neighbors overheard Mercedes screaming, "Dad, no." So they called him Dad. They were under his authority. They were under his roof. He assumed care, custody, and control of that child. Like I said, rhabdomyolysis equals death if it is not treated. It is serious bodily injury. Gustavo Cervantes, Dr. Molina, Dr. Cannon all said that. Permanent disfigurement. You look at her. You look at her and see if she had permanent disfigurement. Protracted loss of a body member or organ. Her kidney was failed. Ag assault, deadly weapon. This is referring to the multiple times when Jose would put his hand over her mouth and over her nose. Yes, Katrina Mendoza talked about it. But you have to think too, Katrina Mendoza, as guilty as she is for her part in this, what she said was corroborated. Corroborated by stuff that Jordan said, corroborated by Jose's own cell phone, corroborated by the neighbors who clearly said that Jose, the man, was the one making those pounding noises. Injury to a child, count 3. Striking with the hand. I'm asking you, go back there, that horrible video of them in the car, that was only one of 3 from that day. Go watch those videos. See him hit her. Look at those rings. All of these pictures are in evidence. Look at those rings. Look at the injuries. Or read the medical examiner report. You'll see multiple punctate injuries of 2 to 3 centimeter. They match up to his rings. You see his fingers in the pictures there from when he knocked out her teeth. Injury to a child, pinching with the hand. He actually admitted to this in his statement. He admitted to pinching. This was the first injury that Katrina Mendoza said she saw after that first day. Inserting tacks in the feet of Mercedes. That was from his phone, from when he would watch her on a Ring camera. And that diagram right there is from the medical examiner's report. All of those are holes in the bottom of her feet. Count number 6, striking her with a belt. Jordan and Katrina both talked about it. Pulling her hair. I don't need to show you those pictures again. You remember. She had huge chunks of hair missing. Jordan, Jose, and Katrina, they all pulled her hair, but mostly Jose. Striking Mercedes with the phone. Now, both of her hands were horribly bruised and injured, and that was from his phone. We had Detective Knox, who we put in the timestamps of the exhibits, and then Katrina came and we gave you the pictures that corresponded it. I'm putting them together here. January 21st, 2022. This is the day that he took Mercedes. This is the day, for some weird reason, he decides to start filming what he's doing to her. 4:44 p.m. She's holding that jug. 5:20, she's got an injury on her lip. 6:54 p.m. is the last of 3 videos where he's forcing her to do this, forcing her under threat, hitting her. Also note, her teeth are intact. January 21st, her teeth are intact, her hair is intact. The only injury you can see on her face is the one that he had just caused. January 22nd, he starts putting urine-soaked underwear in her mouth and filming it. January 25th, her hair. January 31st, 7:21 a.m., he sees her on the Ring video. Maybe she wasn't supposed to be standing up. I don't know why he got mad. But 6 minutes later, you have the picture, and I cut out part of it. It's that horrible picture where she is bound and she is on the floor and she is naked.
5 minutes.
7:28 a.m., there is another shot. We did not enter it into evidence because it was so awful. Up like a crucifix, naked with clothes over her face. All within 7 minutes of each other. February 2nd, 2022, he covers her in bandages, takes a picture of it. February 4th, there goes her tooth. February 5th, Katrina told you this was her final straw. After this is when she finally took the girls and left. Look at her face. In such a short amount of time, she went from smiling to looking distressed. She was sick by this point. She had been overworked. She had been overworked to the point where her body was giving out. Now we know in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Jose Ruiz, on or about February 2022, did intentionally or knowingly cause serious bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child, a 5-year-old child, by manner and means unknown. And what we mean by that is that you get to decide. Was it that time that he had her up like this? Was it the time he made her hold the jug? Was it the countless beatings? Or was it a combination? And that gets you to guilty. Beyond a reasonable doubt, it's not defined in Texas, not required that we prove guilt beyond all doubt. You use your reason and your common sense. We know that's a picture of a gun. It's missing some pieces. We don't know everything. We don't know why he filmed it. We don't know why Katrina didn't leave sooner. We don't know everything, but we know that he hit that little girl again and again. And that little girl cried out for help, and unfortunately, she didn't get that help. But we're not here. CPS is not on trial. Police are not on trial. Jose Ruiz is on trial. Do not lose sight of that. That man knew exactly what he was doing. You don't hit a 5-year-old child and not recognize the danger in that, especially someone like Mercedes. Listen to his statement. She was fine. She was fine. She was fine. No, she wasn't. She was dying because of the serious bodily injury that he had given her with those beatings and that overwork. Now, you might have been wondering, why did we go through so much effort to give you that jail call? It didn't play very loud in court, so I wanted to end on it so that you know that he knew exactly that he caused those injuries to Mercedes. If that autopsy comes back while I'm in jail, I'm staying in jail. Because he knew what he did. This is not a reckless act. You don't do things repeatedly recklessly. There's lesser included offenses. No. He hit that girl. He overworked that girl. Him and Katrina worked together in making that little girl's life hell the last 2 weeks. And we ask, just like defense said, let's vindicate her. Please find Jose Ruiz guilty of all counts. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask for you to remain. Defense and state of jail, meet me over here, please. Sorry.
What's going on?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the court's understanding that you've reached a verdict in this case.
Oh, wow. Holy crap.
All right, the fourth person, if you would hand the verdict form to Deputy Laura, please.
Oh, wow.
All right, defendant will please rise. It states, count one. We, the jury, find the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count one of the indictment. Count two reads, we, the jury, find the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon as charged in count two of the indictment. Count 3 reads, we the jury find the defendant Jose Ruiz guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 3 of the indictment. Count 4 reads, we the jury find the defendant Jose Ruiz guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 4 of the indictment. Count 5 reads, we the jury find the defendant Jose Ruiz guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 5 of the indictment. Count 6 reads, we the jury find the defendant Jose Ruiz guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 6 of the indictment. Count 7 reads, we the jury find the defendant Jose Ruiz guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 7 of the indictment. Count 8 reads, we the jury find the defendant Jose Ruiz guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 8 of the indictment. You may be seated. Would anyone wish to have the juror polled?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we're now starting with the second phase of the trial. State, do you have any opening statements?
I'll give a brief overview.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you for your verdict.
I know it was a hard thing to look through. And like I said in my closing, you know, it's unfortunate that you really only heard people that heard or saw Mercedes from the day she died. In punishment, you will hear from Uncle Rodney, and you'll hear how Jordan's doing. And you'll hear what an impact this has had on Jordan and family. And at the end of it, we will be asking for life.
All right, defense, any opening?
Yes, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm Lorraine Ephron. I'm one of Jose's attorneys. You have heard chapter 2 of his story. Now I'm going to give you chapter 1 of his story. And I just ask that you stay with me, stay with us as you hear part 1 of Jose Ruiz's life. Thank you.
All right, State, call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Rodney Edwards.
If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can have a seat and lower your head. Make sure you keep your voice up for members of the jury and the court reporter. Please state your name for the record.
Rodney Lee Edwards.
State.
All right, good afternoon, Rodney. How were you related to Mercedes Losoya?
I am married to Katrina's adopted sister, Angelica Edwards is my wife. And so Katrina used to stay with us on and off with the kids.
Okay, I'm sorry, can you repeat? You are married to
Angelica Edwards.
Angelica Edwards.
Correct.
Angelica is the daughter of Katrina's godfather, Homer.
Correct.
Okay. Now, how long have you known Mercedes?
Pretty much ever since she was born. She's been staying with us on and off. I saw her grow up, took care of her, bought her stuff, treated her pretty much like she was my own.
Did you know Jordan?
Correct, same as well. There's pretty much two peas in the pods. They made me mad, but they may also make me smile at the same time. So it's a child life that I was looking forward to, seeing them grow.
Okay. Now, how close were you to Mercedes?
Pretty close. If she ever needed anything, she knew to come to me and her, my wife, because we'll pretty much give it to her. So, like I said, she's like real close, pretty much like one of my daughters. I'll give her anything, try to bend over backwards to make her happy, make her smile. I hate to see her sad.
So, back in 2022, where were you living?
With my father-in-law, still at the same location up in Caspian Point.
Okay. And who else was living in the home?
My wife, Katrina, and the 2 kids, and my wife's 2 brothers and my father-in-law.
How long had the living situation been that way, where everyone was under the same roof?
It's been on and off. Katrina would leave with her boyfriends, sometimes move in with her boyfriends, and then move back in when she felt on, I guess, when they weren't working it out or they broke up. But she always knew she could come back home, especially with the kids. And we make sure we take care of the kids. They had their own, I guess, bedroom to share with their mom. They had their pretty much own stuff. They played with their brother-in-laws, which is my brother-in-laws. So, I mean, it was just basically a family life. You know, we went out on weekends, go out to, what is it? Flea market, stuff like that, because they love going to the flea market with little kids and stuff like that. Flea market pizza, just having a fun time, family time.
What other children were in the household?
There's only Katrina, Mercedes, and the only 2 children was, I guess you could say, her brothers. They're like 10, 8 and 10 now.
Ronnie, would Mercedes sometimes steal your phone?
More than sometimes, that's for sure. She loved taking pictures of herself. I'm pretty sure she was going to think she was going to be a model. She was a fan of the camera. I guarantee you that. She just loves being herself. She's very, very outspoken too, very talkative. You can't tell her no without a reason why, and it has to be legit, no matter what.
How would you describe her personality?
Fun, very questioning, like I said, loving, always happy, playful. She wants to know more than she's supposed to as a kid. Put it like that. And I kept on telling her, be a kid. It's not gonna last long. You'll be the adult soon. Just be a kid and have fun. She's always talking, always joking around. Has a great, great humor, and just love life.
Did Katrina ever mention giving up her rights to Mercedes?
A couple of times to my wife. I knew it was a play that she was just playing along. She would never do it, but my wife always thought she would. So that's why we always did as much as we can. Pretty much for Katrina as well, because if we help Katrina, we're helping out the kids as well. So, yes.
And so, did you and your wife want to adopt Mercedes?
100%. My wife wanted to. Well, I don't know, but I don't think my wife could get pregnant. I've been trying. So, that was the next best thing. I mean, she loved us. We loved her. We gave her anything. She's pretty much our second kid anyways. So.
Between Jordan and Mercedes, were you closer to one of them than the other?
Mercedes. Jordan's much more closer to her mom. Mercedes, she's I guess you would say, quote unquote, rebel. I wouldn't say rebel. She's, like I said, very questionable. You have to give her a point, a reason why it makes sense to her. Otherwise, she's not going to understand it and not going to follow it. That's the way she was. But that's what a kid was. Her mind was still growing, developing. She was a kid. She wanted to know everything and wanted to know why.
Can I approach the witness?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked States Exhibits 112 through 117. And you'll forgive me, I accidentally printed pictures double-sided. But I'll go from here. Yeah, sorry.
objection to this.
All right, then states exhibits 112 through 117 is admitted without objection.
Okay, and if I haven't officially, I am gonna officially offer 112 through 117. What are those?
These are pictures of Mercedes.
Now, let's see. 112 and 113, did you take those pictures?
I took this one. I think somebody else took this one.
Okay, now 116 through 114 through 117.
Oh, she was the photo. She was the camera lady. She took pictures of me and her. I did take a picture of this one. 115, I think my wife took a picture of this one. I did take a picture of this one.
And who's in the picture with her and what?
Her sister, Jordan. They're just sitting on the bench, smiling, loving life,
And
letting the wind blow through their hairs.
I see she's got a hand.
Oh, hands on the hips. Like I said, she is.
Excuse me, one at a time, please, and slow down if you can, please.
I'm sorry.
In States Exhibit 115, how are her hands positioned?
Her hands are positioned on the hips, like she's ready to tell somebody. You can't tell her nothing.
States Exhibit 116, who's in that picture?
It is three. It is herself, her sister, and my brother-in-law, the youngest one, Jeremiah. That's his name. He's sticking out his tongue, and they're both smiling in the camera.
Okay. And 117.
And 117, she took it of herself.
Just make sure you cannot talk over each other. Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
117, she took a picture of herself, sticking her tongue out with a laugh.
And then may I publish?
Yes.
Oh. Actually, I can put it up on that. Is that how you remember her when she was 5 years old?
Very, very much, yes.
Do you know how old she was there?
I can't tell you how old. I know we went camping though because of the background, and
Did you go camping a lot with her?
we went camping quite a lot. I love going camping. I try to go at least once a quarter.
Now this photo, where was this taken?
This was at the zoo. Oh wait, yeah, I believe it's at the zoo. Correct. At San Antonio Zoo.
Okay.
This
And who took this photo?
Mercedes took that photo of me, and she made sure to take a picture. She said, "Look, we're gonna take a picture." And I turned around, she took the picture.
Okay, now this is the photo 115 that we talked about before, with her hands on her hip.
That's how I notice her mostly a lot. Like I said, you can't tell her without a good reason, and she loves to be in charge. And so we like to make sure she's in charge because it makes her happy.
And then 116, you testified this is her brother-in-law?
Correct. Well, my brother-in-law, but yes, correct. And that was when they went camping.
And so, is that Jordan?
That is correct.
Mercedes. And then, last but not least, so this is 117.
Like I said, she did that a lot. And there's about 50 plus photos of her holding my phone, taking pictures like this. She really loved the camera.
And then whose puppy is that?
That is my dog. Her name is Indica. That's when she was a baby. She's 5 years old now.
The Mercedes like dogs.
Love dogs.
Rodney, when did you find out that Mercedes passed?
I think it was 2 or 3 days after it happened. I'm not for sure. We got told by her ex-boyfriend who came to the door because he was real nice.
All right, that'll be sustained. You can't answer. All right, ask your next question.
Who told you that Mercedes had passed?
I don't know his name, but it's Katrina's ex before the subject at hand.
It was the boyfriend before Jose?
Correct.
Had you ever met Jose Ruiz?
Personally, not really. I have met him though, but not met. Only reason I met him, he was in the car.
Did you know that Mercedes had gone to live with Jose Ruiz in his apartment?
Yes.
Did you have any concerns?
Yes. I always have concerns.
What is the relevancy of this?
It goes to the increasing, volatility and emotional state of Mercedes leading up to when they moved into Jose's.
All right, then that's the question that needs to be asked. Your objection is sustained.
From mid-2021 until her death in February of 2022, did Katrina, Mercedes, and Jordan, did they often go and stay with Jose Ruiz?
Yes, on and off.
And was there a time when you felt that Mercedes did not like going to Jose Ruiz's apartment?
I can see a difference from when she comes to when she has to go back. If she comes for a couple of days to then she has to go back over his house. You can just tell by the emotions in the face.
Okay. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? What is different from?
When she got to the house, which I would say home, she was happy to be back with me, my wife, her brothers, just playing around, stuff like that. But when it was time for her to go back over with her mom, her sister, she wasn't so much happy. She wanted to make sure that she was always with Jordan, but that was it, because she wasn't very happy and that she wasn't going to be able to do what she wanted to do, which is be a kid.
How did her death impact you?
I would object to the impact statement.
All right, that was sustained.
I have no questions.
All right, I'm gonna need you to speak up, please.
I have no questions, sir. Thank you.
You can step down. Call your next witness.
State College Jose Morning.
You raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony here will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, go ahead and lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that members of the jury and court reporter can hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
State your name for the record.
My name is Lupe Torres Morin.
State.
May I call you Lupe?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Lupe, how do you know Mercedes Losoya?
I know Mercedes Losoya because she's my great-great-granddaughter.
On her maternal or paternal side?
Paternal.
Have you met Mercedes Losoya when she was alive?
I met her when she was around 2 years old, and then no contact until October prior to the incident.
So only a couple times.
Yes.
And tell me, do you have personal knowledge of where Jordan Losoya is currently?
Yes, Jordan is living with me. I have adopted Jordan.
And you have the adoption is finalized, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, it is final.
Did Jordan's name change in that adoption?
Yes, it did. It changed to my name.
Okay. And specifically, did any other part of her name change?
Yes, when we asked her if she wanted to choose a second name, she chose her sister Victoria's because she wanted to have that special name in her heart and in her mind. So we named her Jordan Victoria Torres.
And you said her sister Victoria. Did she have another sister?
No, Mercedes' name, I believe, was Mercedes Victoria Losoya, so she wanted to keep the Victoria. Yes. She also calls her teddy bear,
I'll ask another question. How has this affected Jordan, losing her sister?
very much. At first, when she came to the house, she would cry a lot. She would mention that she missed her sissy. She carried.
All right, that will be overruled. Your objection to narrative will be sustained.
Does she have anything that she uses to remember her sister by?
Yes, she has a little teddy bear that she carries with her and will not sleep without her. That she calls her bear Sissy.
Has Jordan had any negative impacts from losing her sister Mercedes?
Yes, a lot of negative impact, a lot of fears, not trusting to be around men by herself. She couldn't sleep by herself for a long period of time. She did not want to go into the bathroom by herself, not want to shower by herself.
Your Honor, I object to relevance, not responsive, and narrative.
All right, that'll be overruled.
Were there any other negative impacts Jordan that affected Jordan?
There's a lot of things that have impacted Jordan. All I can say is that she misses her sister very much.
What is Jordan's favorite color?
Her favorite color was, I believe it was blue, but she chose to be purple now because it was her sister's favorite color.
That's a witness.
Thank you, Ms. McCann. State, call your next witness.
Judge, if we can have just one minute, or a minute, we didn't have it in. He is here though.
All right, you're still under oath.
Yes, Judge.
And if you'll restate your name for the record, please.
My name is Detective Justin Knox.
Good afternoon again, Dr. Knox.
Good afternoon.
Your Honor, at this time, I would reoffer all of the evidence from guilt innocence from the state of trial.
Your Honor, and again, re-urging prior objections and asking that the objections previously made be considered running objections here.
All right, that is noted for the record.
So I objected being overruled.
Yes,
I'm gonna make a approach.
yes.
I am going to show you again. State's Exhibit 92. Which is 92A and 92B. These were what we previously were going through, guilt innocence. Now, there were a number of items that we did not get to in previously, correct?
Correct.
One item in particular is a photo. If you refer to the photos that were taken on January 31st, 2022.
question.
Yes. Are the exhibits? No, not admitted. Okay, there you got it. So I'm going to show you. Let's see. States Exhibit 81 was previously discussed. There was also, I believe, States Exhibit. Here we go. 107. Do you see States Exhibit, this image in there?
Yes.
And what was the timestamp for this one?
January 31st, 2022 at 7:28 a.m.
Okay. And then we had States Exhibit 81, which was not introduced but was described in detail as Miss Losoya in a crucifix position. What was the timestamp for that one?
That is January 31st, 2022 at 7:27 a.m.
Was there another photo taken directly after that one?
Yes, on 1/31/2022 at 7:29 a.m.
So the one right before it, States Exhibit 81, what was the timestamp for that one? I'm sorry.
It's 1/31/2022 at 7:27 a.m.
7:27 a.m. And then this new picture that we're discussing.
Is at 7:29 a.m.
So 2 minutes later.
Yes.
What does that image appear to show?
It's a close-up of a naked female showing her vagina.
Are there any other photos after that on that day?
Without looking at all the photos, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. But there's nothing in the immediate lineup.
No, not here.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you States Exhibits 118 and 119. Now you had a chance to review the full download of Jose's phone.
Yes.
States 118 and 119, are these pictures consistent with the pictures in his phone?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would offer States Exhibit 118 and 119.
I re-urge my objections with regard to these and also object to relevance.
What's going on now? You know, this is, I think, the second time that I have streamed trials where they went right to penalty phase.
18 and 119, I should say.
I'll pass the witness.
No questions, Ron.
All right, thank you. State, call your next witness.
It's a state restaurant.
Defense? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, are you okay with continuing? All right, so we're gonna take, I'll say a 10-minute break, so I'll have you all back here at 5. You're not to discuss anything related to this phase of the trial. Does everyone understand? All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors.
Oh, no, not again. What is going on? What did I miss? Why don't we get to hear anything?
I saw it maybe like 5.
Yeah, because they want to hear from that detective. Even though, who called the detective? I don't know.
Can you describe to me, or did you witness violence in your home growing up?
Yes.
Can you just briefly describe what you witnessed
My dad would hit my mom.
and how often did that happen?
I saw it maybe like 5, 6 times.
Did that, upset you?
Yes.
Back to violence this time.
I gotta be overruled.
Did it upset you?
Yes.
Okay. At what age did you leave the home?
I left when I was 14.
After you left at age 14, did you ever return?
Sometimes in and out of the home.
Would that be in your teenage years or later?
My teenage years.
So there was, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna put up a family tree just to help talk about. Can you see that?
Yes.
Who are Estella and Alvarado Ruiz?
My parents.
And who is Senator Ray?
Jose's father.
At what age did you become pregnant with your first child?
17.
With your first child?
Yes.
And how many children did you have with Senator?
3.
Okay, can you tell us their names and ages real quick?
It's Samantha, Sanaida, and Jose.
And did you raise Samantha, Sanaida, and Jose?
Yes.
And where is his father? Where's Sunil?
He's in prison.
Do you know what he's in prison for?
Not really, no.
Do you know how long he's in prison for?
No.
Has he been in prison? Did he go into prison before or after Jose was born?
Before.
And has he remained in prison throughout Jose's life?
Yes.
And how old is Jose?
Let me think. 27, 28, gonna be 28.
So throughout Jose's life, has Zenito Ray remained in prison the entire time?
Yes.
And what was your life like with Zenito? What kind of, did you marry him?
No.
Were you, did you live together?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did y'all live together?
Woohoo!
On and off, 5 years.
Okay. And can you describe what that was like for you?
It was an abusive relationship.
Can you describe what kind of abuse you're talking about?
He would beat me.
Did that include during times when you were pregnant?
Yes.
Did Jose witness that? Oh, no, yes, he
No.
did, because he was born after. He was in utero.
Mm-hmm.
I apologize for telling you that. Okay. Was there, anything that, what was your reaction when you found out you were pregnant with Jose?
Scared.
Did you, seek to do anything during your pregnancy with Jose?
Object to relevance of this program. That'll be sustained.
Why were you scared?
Because I already had 2 children and I was by myself.
And what kind of work were you doing?
I didn't work.
So you had concern about how you were going to support a third child.
Yes.
Did that cause you to consider alternatives?
Object to relevance. Sustained.
How was Jose a normal pregnancy?
Yes.
And was there a time after Jose was born that you moved back in with your mother?
Yes.
And what happened? Did she say you can stay as long as you want?
We would stay there and sometimes I felt like we weren't wanted.
What happened when the last time you moved out with your mom? What did you do? How old were you?
When I moved out of my mom's house, or
Yeah, for the last time.
for the last time, I was 19. I had my own place, but I would still go back and forth, back and forth.
Okay. And again, 3 children.
Correct.
Did there come a time when you became involved in another relationship?
Yes.
And who was that relationship with?
Ruben.
Okay. And what's Ruben's last name?
Medina.
Okay, so on our chart here, we have Irene Ruiz and Zenaida Ray to the left. Now we have Ruben Medina to the right, correct?
Yeah.
How long were you with Ruben Medina?
About 15 years.
Okay. How many children did you have with Ruben Medina?
4.
Can you just tell us their names and ages as best you can?
Ruben, Olivia, Hannah, and Rocco.
I'm sorry.
Rocco.
How was it with, how soon after you got with Ruben did you have your first child?
I think it was like a year, maybe.
So approximately, you were approximately age 20.
Mm-hmm.
So at age 20, you had 4 children.
Correct.
And what was life like with Ruben at the beginning?
At the beginning, everything was good.
And to be clear, did your Jose, Zenaida, and Samantha also live there with you?
Yes.
And so, was there some change that changed the environment of your relationship in your home? Some change with Ruben?
I don't believe there was a change. I was always working.
Okay. Was there a time when you were together that he was injured at work, or did that happen before you were together?
No, it was when we were together.
Okay. So, not long after you got together, he became injured at work?
No, it was like a couple of years later that he got injured.
Okay. And how many children did you have at that time?
When I first moved in, it was my 3 kids, and a year later I was pregnant with Ruben. So it was a total of 4.
Okay. And then how far apart are Rocco, Olivia, and Hannah? Are they pretty close in ages?
A year.
They're each a year apart?
Yes.
Okay. So was there a change in Ruben once he became injured?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
He wouldn't want to do anything. He was very abusive towards the kids. And he started abusing me verbally at first.
Okay. So after his injury, did he ever become employed again after that? During the time y'all were together?
He was employed one time.
For how long?
For, I think, a week.
So, and what kind of work did you do?
I worked at McDonald's first, and then after that, I did taxes.
Okay, now during this time period, the 15 years that you were with Ruben, senior, what's the most hourly rate of pay that you were paid, that if you remember?
No objection to relevance, Your Honor. That would be sustained.
Can you describe the circumstances of your home? Were you the sole provider?
Yes, we were poor.
And did that sometimes result in hunger in the home?
Sometimes,
And you mentioned that Ruben Sr. was abusive to the kids.
yes.
Were there some particular circumstances with regard to Jose?
Yes.
What was Ruben Senior and Jose's relationship like?
When I saw it, it was fine. I saw it was fine. But then
Well, was there a time when Jose was hospitalized as a toddler?
yes,
And how long was he in the hospital for?
about 2 to 3 months.
Were his injuries internal injuries?
Yes,
Did Ruben give you some explanation for how that happened?
he told me that he had.
Hearsay?
All right, gotta be suspended.
Did Ruben give you an explanation at the time as to how that happened? Yes.
He fell off the bed.
Okay. Just yes or no. Did you later discover that there was actually something else that caused those injuries by Ruben?
Correct.
And what was the severity of his injuries? Were they life-threatening?
Yes,
You were working at this time.
yes.
How many hours a week do you think you were working?
Can object to relevance, Your
Suspend.
Did your time you spent at work impact your time with your children?
Yes,
Did Jose ever have any head injuries that you recall?
yes. He fell off a bike and he hit his head.
Did that result in a concussion?
Correct.
And did it require him to go to the hospital?
Yes,
And that was at age 12?
yes.
And how many times did you observe Ruben, if you did, hit Jose in the head?
A couple of times.
And did you observe that to be a hard hit?
Yes,
And is it fair to say Ruben was hitting Jose in the head all through his childhood?
yes.
Did you move around a lot?
Yes, we did.
Do you recall what school district you went to school in?
SAISD.
Just if you do, can you tell us the schools you remember him attending?
object to relevance.
That'll be overruled.
Do you remember an elementary school?
Yes, it was Carroll.
Do you remember a middle school?
It was Martin Luther King and Davis.
Okay, and what about high school?
He went to John Jay.
Did he graduate high school?
Yes,
He walked the stage?
yes.
What was your relationship like with Jose?
You're my rock. Just a lot of love. A lot of hugging, caring, always looking out for me. Always a jokester too.
Well, interaction with his brothers and sisters?
He loves them. Of course, there was always bickering, but playing around.
Well, how many bedrooms did you have in your home?
We had 3,
And how many bathrooms?
2,
And that was for 9 people.
correct.
At the time that Jose was hospitalized as a toddler with internal injuries, do you remember if CPS was called?
Yes,
Do you remember if CPS responded?
yes,
All right, could you repeat the question, please?
Do you remember when CPS responded?
yes,
All right, that'll be overruled.
Were your children removed?
from Ruben, yes,
As a result of that investigation?
correct,
And did he, like, Ruben later come back into the picture?
correct.
You know, this jury has convicted him on 8 counts of horrific acts.
Yes,
Do you know another side of Jose?
yes,
Do you think the violence and abuse he experienced as a child has had an impact on him?
I'm gonna reject speculation and like personal knowledge and life expertise.
Others the same.
He witnessed and was a victim of a lot of abuse.
correct.
And did Ruben have particular feelings towards Jose?
I don't think he cared for it.
Did you observe Ruben to be especially hard on Jose?
Yes,
I pass it to Mr. Sanchez.
Let's see.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mrs. Ruiz. I'm just gonna ask you a few questions. If I speak too fast, please let me know, or if you don't understand the question, please let me know as well, okay? You have a good relationship with Jose, correct?
correct.
Would you say that he knows the difference between right and wrong?
Sometimes,
Okay, but he's a loving son, he gets along with his siblings and with you?
yes,
Okay. What do you mean by sometimes he knows the difference between right and wrong?
doesn't everybody know the difference between right and wrong?
Okay, so he does know the difference between right and wrong. You said that you were a victim of violence yourself, correct?
Yes,
Did you beat your children?
no, it was discipline, but not beating.
What did you see Ruben do to Jose specifically?
Hit him with the cane on his head.
What else?
Spank him.
So these were life, and he did have life-threatening injuries at some point, correct?
When he was a child, yes,
Okay. As a result of Ruben?
correct.
What would you, I know you got back with him eventually, but what would you have wanted to see happen to somebody who had given your child life-sustaining injuries or life-threatening injuries?
No, that'd be overruled.
I thought it can change him the same way my son thought he can change Katrina.
Was Jose ever violent with his siblings?
No,
Did you ever see Ruben put thumbtacks in Jose's feet?
no,
Do you know why Jose would put thumbtacks in a 5-year-old child's feet and take pictures of it?
I don't know if he did that.
Okay, it has been, he's been convicted of it, ma'am, and there was evidence that on his phone.
Everybody has their own opinion, ma'am.
Okay. Did Ruben ever put urine in Jose's mouth?
No, that I
Did
know.
Ruben ever smear dog feces on his face?
I don't know.
Did he ever make him kneel in a corner, bound to a pole with his arms tied to it?
That I don't know. He would make him kneel.
Did he ever make him kneel on rice?
I believe so.
That's the witness.
I pass the witness at this time, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Defense, call your next witness.
Your Honor, defense calls Samantha Ray.
Take a seat here, please. Can you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so members of the jury and court reporter can hear.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
state your name for the record.
Samantha Ray,
Defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Samantha. How old are you?
I'm 30.
Okay. And what is your relationship to Jose?
He's my brother.
And obviously your younger brother.
Yes.
Okay. And we had a family tree up earlier. You have 2 full siblings, Jose and Samantha.
Yes.
And then you have some half siblings.
Yes.
Ruben, Rocco, Anna, and Olivia.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Did you have a particular kind of relationship with Jose?
Yes, we were close. We are close.
And what kind of brother was he?
He's a good brother.
And you lived in the home that your mom described? With
Yes,
your
ma'am.
Siblings and Ruben, correct?
Correct.
Was Ruben abusive?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe things that he used to hit you with?
I'm gonna check to relevance as to her.
Sustain.
Can you describe things that Ruben used to hit Jose in the head with?
With his cane, his fist, his sandal, just anything he had, he would.
Did you ever observe Jose to have a physical reaction to that?
He would get dizzy.
Do you remember if he ever passed out?
I think a couple times we all did.
And how often did you see that happen?
A lot.
Like daily, weekly?
It was daily.
And so can you describe what Ruben was he a stay-at-home parent, if you will?
Pretty much, yeah.
And what, was he under the influences of drugs or alcohol?
And
I'm sorry, I'm gonna object to relevance.
That'll be open. You can answer.
I know he was on medication. So
Do you remember what he was on medication for?
for his back.
Did you see bruises on Jose?
Yes.
particular thing he did with your hair, with Jose's hair?
With mine or my brother's?
Well, let's talk about Jose's.
Not my brother, no.
Do you remember him shaving their heads forcefully?
Yeah, that I do.
And were there stairs in your home or in your apartment complex? Where were stairs?
In our house?
And did Ruben do anything with the stairs?
Yes, he would push us down.
And did Ruben act a particular way to Jose?
Yes.
In what way?
He didn't like him. It was with all of us, but he would constantly, like I said, hit all of us. Yeah.
Well, did he, compared to what everyone else thought, what did Jose get?
We pretty much got all the same thing, but it was always towards my brother. Always got more of it. Like, yeah.
Jose got more.
Yeah.
And what kinds of discipline, if you will, that Ruben used on Jose?
He would put him in the corner.
Can you describe what that was like?
He was sitting in the corner for hours. Yeah, so. I don't know.
In a chair?
No, on our knees.
And was there anything on the floor when he was in the corner on his knees?
Not that I could remember.
Did he put pillows down to make it more comfortable?
No, Mom.
Did he put things down to make it less comfortable?
No, it was just the knees.
Okay. And what else would he have Jose do in the corner?
Sometimes I had to carry things. He had to carry things.
Like what?
Like just heavy stuff, like a weight, if I can remember.
And what would Ruben do if, say, for example, Jose tries to put something down?
He sometimes wasn't there. He would just leave us in the corner and he would just go off back to sleep. So really when we got up, but if not, if we got caught, we'll get hit. He'll get hit.
What about food? Did Ruben deprive you? Well, your mom, what hours did your mom work? Do you remember?
She was at work like day and night. She was always at work. I don't remember the exact times, but it was just always work.
Okay. So when your mom was at work, Ruben was the only person watching y'all?
Yes.
And did Ruben, what did Ruben do about food in the home?
He would keep food from us. He would hide food if we got in trouble for it.
Did he ever eat in front of you or in Jose without letting you eat anything?
Yeah. Yes.
Do you remember if he walked the food away from you and your brother and sisters?
If he what?
If he locked food away?
Locked food away?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And Ruben hit Jose with a cane or other objects almost every day.
Correct.
And in addition to seeing times when Jose got dizzy or passed out, were there other physical indications of the abuse on Jose's head?
I don't understand.
Well, when he hit, for example, hit Jose in the head, did something happen to his head that you remember?
And they get big old knots.
Do you remember an incident with Ruben, a senior, and Jose in the bathtub?
No, but I heard the story.
I'm gonna object to anything that she doesn't have personal knowledge of.
You ask your next question.
Thank you. Did you observe Ruben to be violent towards your mother?
Yes.
And what about your mother? What was your mother's mental state during these years?
I'm gonna object to speculation irrelevant.
Do you remember seeing violence, Ruben, towards your mom?
Yes.
And what about your mom towards Ruben?
No.
How bad would that violence between Ruben and your mom be?
It was bad.
Do you feel like your mom did enough to protect Jose?
I'm gonna object to relevant.
Was CPS ever called?
Yes.
Family? How many times did you recall CPS being called?
I remember about 3 times.
And do you remember what happened when CPS was involved? Like, did you stay in the home or were you moved from the home?
We stayed in the home.
On all 3 of those times.
Yes.
And your relationship with Jose, have y'all remained close?
Yeah, we have our arguments like every sibling does, but yeah.
Well, did you have particular feelings about his relationship with Katrina?
Yes.
How many times did you see Mercedes?
I only saw her. I hardly ever saw her. I lived on my own with my husband. I saw her one time on New Year's. After New Year's, I saw her about 2 more times. That was about it.
And were your brothers close with Jose?
Yes.
And do you have children of your own?
Yes, Mom, I do.
3?
Yes. Mhm.
And what is your children's interaction with Jose that you have observed?
They love him.
I pass witness at this time, Judge.
Yes, Judge. Samantha, you just mentioned that the couple times that you saw Mercedes, you said that you saw her after New Year's.
I saw her on New Year's.
On New Year's.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry. What year was that?
Last year, I believe it was last year. Or no, not, I don't know. I can't remember. I don't know.
Okay, so if she died on February 7th of 2022, was it the New Year's right before that? Or
Yes,
was it-
ma'am.
Okay, and so you didn't see her after New Year's Day or Eve?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you said that you have 3 kids of your own?
Yes, I do.
Just, what are their age ranges?
7, 5, and 4.
And do you treat your kids the way Ruben treated you and your siblings?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Sister. Pass the witness.
Did Katrina ever say to you what her connection with Mercedes
I'm gonna
was?
object to hearsay.
Ask your question.
Did Did you have conversations with Katrina?
Um,
Did you have conversations with Katrina about Mercedes?
sometimes I would ask her, where is she?
All right, the answer to that question is either yes or no.
Sorry.
You need to listen to the question and only answer what's asked. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, ask your question.
Do you remember having conversations with Katrina about Mercedes?
Yes.
Do you remember whether Katrina expressed having a close bond with Mercedes or not having any bond?
No bond.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna object to leading and hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you remember the kind of relationship that Katrina described to you between her and Mercedes?
I'm gonna object to hearsay.
That's either yes or no.
Yes.
Ask your next question.
Did Katrina express to you that different feelings towards Mercedes than Jordan?
Yes.
Excuse me. When an objection is raised, you need to stop talking.
Yes.
And then I'll make a ruling on that.
Yes.
Your objection is sustained. Next question.
Okay. Did you observe Katrina to interact with Mercedes?
No.
With Jordan?
Sometimes.
This time, Your Honor.
I have no further questions.
All right, you may step down. Call your next witness. Jurors, are you all okay with continuing? All right, call your next witness.
Call
All right, and your other witness is by Zoom.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'll take the stand. All right.
Hurry up, Grandma. Get up there, Grandma. Oh, she must be tired.
Okay, everyone, please be seated. And defense, you wanted to recall a witness?
Yes, I recall Irene Ruiz, Your Honor.
All right, you're still under oath, defense?
Ms. Ruiz, has Jose ever been convicted of a felony before?
No.
I have nothing further this time.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Defense, call your next witness.
Your Honor, defense calls Dr. John Matthew Fabian.
All right, could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
All right, you can lower your hand. State any objections to this witness appearing by Zoom?
No objection, Your Honor.
Defense, any objections to this witness appearing by Zoom?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Ruiz, any objection to this witness appearing by Zoom? All right, if you'll state your name for the record, please.
Sure, it's a John Matthew Fabian.
State. I'm sorry, defense.
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Fabian, what do you do for a living?
I practice as a forensic psychologist and neuropsychologist.
Do you regularly practice in San Antonio?
I do.
In your practice as a psychologist, can you be a little bit more specific about what you do and what your specialties are?
Sure, so I was trained as a clinical psychologist to assess and treat psychiatric and mental disorders, and I have specialized training in forensic psychology, in which I assess folks and their mental health issues, psychiatric disorders, and then apply the assessments to legal questions for the courts. And then as a neuropsychologist, I evaluate individuals who may have neurological disorders in addition to psychiatric disorders.
Okay, your specialties in psychology and neuropsychology are clinical and forensic. Is that correct?
That is correct. As a psychologist and a neuropsychologist, yes.
Have you ever treated Jose Ruiz?
I do occasionally, more when I was in training. It's more assessment though.
Okay. But you're not, in this case, you're not a treating psychologist, correct?
No, I'm not.
And are there any further specialties within those fields that you described?
No, I've worked with children, adolescents, and adults, typically for court systems, and it is usually within criminal courts. Also, I do a fair amount of civil litigation and then family law as well. And I work a lot with the FAA, so I evaluate pilots and air traffic control for psychological and neuropsychological examinations.
What is your educational background?
Briefly, I have a bachelor's degree in political science, psychology, and that's from the University of Cincinnati. I have a master's degree in general psychology from the same university. Master's degree in clinical psychology and a doctorate in clinical psychology from Chicago School of Professional Psychology. I have a Juris Doctorate from Cleveland Marshall College of Law, and I have postdoctorate certification in clinical neuropsychology through the Fielding Graduate Institute, and then fellowship training in clinical neuropsychology from the University of New Mexico School of Medicine.
You don't practice, do you practice law?
No, I tortured myself through law school, and I had the degree. I had specialized in training in psychiatry and law through Case Western Reserve Law School during my law school.
Can you summarize for us your work experience related to forensic in clinical psychology?
Sure. So in graduate school, I really learned how to assess and treat mental health and psychiatric disorders through Cook County Jail, and then the Federal Bureau of Prisons in both in Chicago. And then I'm originally from Ohio, so I did a residency through one of the court psychiatric clinics that was affiliated with the medical school there. It was called the Court Diagnostic and Treatment Center. And that's where I learned how to really assess defendants, not only pertaining to mental illness, but relevant to legal and forensic issues that courts, judges, lawyers may ask me to do. After that, then I had a number of years. I had been licensed as a psychologist for about 24 years, and I can briefly run through my work experience if you wish.
Well, in the last 10 years, well, did you have early training in forensic psychology?
Yeah, so I did, and I'm board certified in forensic psychology, and essentially I was a director of a court psychiatric clinic in Ohio, and I worked with 4 of them. So 3 were adult and 1 was a juvenile facility. And then I worked at I was a staff forensic psychologist at the Minnesota Security Hospital, which is the state's maximum security forensic state hospital. And that's when I then shifted gears a bit to train to become a neuropsychologist as well. In the last 9 or 10 years, I've been residing and doing most of my work, I would say between Austin and San Antonio and Houston, working within the criminal justice system, and essentially as a court psychologist and a neuropsychologist doing examinations for pre-trial and pre-sentence purposes.
So you have testified on behalf of defendants in criminal proceedings? Yes? Or no?
Yes,
Have you ever testified for the state of Texas in criminal proceedings?
yes, and for the courts as well.
What do you mean for the courts as well?
Well, the court may order a hearing on a particular issue, and I'll testify. Typically, the evaluations I do, a lot of them, or majority of them, are referred by the courts or judges and the court coordinators.
And has the Bexar County District Attorney's Office engaged you as an expert in the past?
Yes, they have.
In your, as, you have more than one board certification, or can you just?
Yes. See, I'm board certified in clinical and forensic psychology, fellowship trained in clinical neuropsychology.
Is it?
Your Honor, at this point, the state will stipulate that student's expertise in forensic psychology.
Oh, that's so stipulated.
Okay, thank you. Do you know this man sitting next to me?
I do,
Mr.
yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Ruiz, yes.
And have you had a chance to meet with him?
Yes, I evaluated him on a few different occasions, yes.
And was that a result of my request?
It was, yes.
And without telling us what they are, we're going to go into that more, but do you have some opinions that you're going to be offering today?
I'm sorry, you say do I have opinions in this case?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, I do. I heard much of the testimony and tried to follow the trial when I could.
Were you able to listen to the testimony this afternoon from Mr. Ruiz's family members?
Yes, that I was.
And what were the kinds of evaluations you did in this case?
Well, I conducted psychological and neuropsychological evaluations with your client.
And was the purpose of that for mitigation and punishment?
Yes.
And can you explain a little bit about what mitigation is?
Sure. Looking at any information about, the defendant, his history, that could be relevant to the jury when they deliberate as to not only the nature of his offense, but his life, his makeup, anything really about him. So, that could be any type of fact that they find would be relevant, to consider when they're sentencing him. Now, mitigating evidence may, could affect their sentencing, but really my job here is to, based on your referral question, forensic legal referral question, is to assess him, to provide as much information to you and, try to fact the jury in best understanding him when they do, consider punishment ranges.
Were there some points or bright line points that stood out to you with regard to Mr. Ruiz?
Yeah, I would agree. This is an interesting case. I'm looking at, I guess, the dichotomy of nature and nurture in this case. The facts of his biological father, his stepfather, the way he was raised, some of his mental health and neuropsychological issues that are, innate to him, and how he functions, and how all that may lead us here with the tragedy in this case.
And you're not an advocate for Mr. Ruiz, are you?
No, I'm an advocate for my assessing my data, and I'm trying to be objective in this case and try to answer as much any questions that I have from your side. You're really his advocate in this case.
So how many times did you meet with Mr. Ruiz?
3 times.
Okay. And was that, I guess that was at the Bear County Jail, correct?
Yeah.
And what did you do on your, okay, what kind of testing, just overall, in your 3 visits, what kind of testing did you do on Mr. Ruiz?
Well, I spent a lot of time interviewing him, and just talking about his background history, any psychiatric symptoms he may have, and then I did a number of tests regarding how he functions psychologically, cognitively, and the cognitive tests, the neuropsychological tests were done more so as to concerns he wasn't all that verbal with me. There wasn't a lot of depth of conversation, and also some concussions he's had as well.
Okay, so what did you do on your first meeting with Mr. Ruiz?
Well, we spent a lot of time talking about his history, and he shared with me information about his life.
Did you?
And then we did some testing.
Okay, I'm sorry. So the first time you met with him was interview and some testing.
Yeah.
Did you?
And then basically most of the evaluations would be a combination of that.
Excuse me, just hold on. Could I have defense approach briefly, please? And say.
Oh, dear God.
Those were some other findings that I had. And then there was also, I'm sorry.
Well, go ahead.
Okay. He also had some, he was given administered psychological testing, and I found that there were symptoms related to depression and PTSD, or post-traumatic stress disorder.
Okay. So with regard to the verbal comprehension and neuropsychological things, what kinds of concerns did you have there?
It was
related to his functioning now.
Well, yeah, right. I'm assessing his functioning now, not 2 or 10 years ago. And so I told you, the impairments were in verbal comprehension. Some of it was in reaction time, processing speed, and executive functioning related to impulsivity, we call disinhibition.
And with regard to the mental health diagnoses, can you tell us what you found?
Sure. So it is my opinion that there was evidence of another specified trauma and stressor related disorder, and that means he has evidence of some symptoms of PTSD. In my opinion, doesn't fully qualify because there's a numbing and avoidance effect with him, meaning he avoids the thoughts and feelings related to prior traumatic events. And when people do that, often males, they're not endorsing a number of the PTSD symptoms. But in my opinion, there was enough to warrant a other specified trauma and stressor-related disorder. And similarly with depression, so I had depressive disorder, also, in my opinion, called an unspecified neurodevelopmental disorder. I think there are language, verbal comprehension deficits, but I don't have special education records with a history of that. And then also, there's evidence of an unspecified neurocognitive disorder, which means he has some neurocognitive deficits that could be due to concussions. All I'm saying is that they're valid impairments that were found in testing, and that his brain doesn't function correctly in all the areas of testing. And the executive functioning has to do at times, with problem solving, planning, impulse control, let's say. And then he has cannabis and Xanax use disorders as well. So there's a chemical dependency condition.
Okay. Tell us, in addition to the testing you conducted and the results you saw from that, and the interviews you conducted with family members, what were the other things you reviewed in connection with this case?
Well, I reviewed some appellate case law that had to do with his father, biological father. And I interviewed family members. I reviewed some of the CPS records of different family members. I reviewed his medical records as a newborn, young child, toddler.
Did you review, for example, the arrest warrant in this case?
Yes, I did. I'm aware of what the jury convicted Mr. Ruiz of.
So, can we talk about this nature versus nurture thing? Can you explain to the jury what we mean when we talk about nature?
Yes. So essentially, we're looking at some genetic foundation, which we get traits from both parents, physical, mental traits, predispositions. We may, predispositions for good conditions or bad, diseases, psychiatric conditions. So really, our genetic makeup is our nature from, our parents. And so that's how, in part, we're formed, right? And then nurture is really our environment. And I think, there's a combination of those and how they impact an individual. So the environmental factors, social, cultural, neighborhood, they really are also involved with shaping one's, cognitive, emotional, social being, their personality, and much more how they function. So it is a fusion of nature and nurture. And in this case, I would, agree that there are certainly relevant factors that I became aware of.
Well, with regard
Yeah.
factors you became aware of with regard to the nature, the genetic predisposition, the familial tree, biological tree, correct?
Right.
And then nurture with regard to home environment and childhood experiences, correct? Interactions within the home, that's with regard to the nurture. You had a chance to see both of these at play here. Would you say that?
Yeah, there were certainly concerns.
What were the concerns with regard to nature, if you will?
Well, it's my understanding his biological father, Sinead Ray, was involved in sexual homicide and was convicted of murder. And he really did not have an interaction with him. And then his adopted father, there was profound physical and emotional abuse, as you heard,
You're
with
talking to
Ruben.
Ruben, so now we're talking about the environmental or nurture
Yes.
part of it. Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Then there were,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
right, and there was also, we have, I believe his sister Shania had major CPS involvement with abuse and child abuse.
And would that sort of substantiates that there were concerns under the nature column and concerns under the nurture column, correct?
Yes, I would agree, and I know with mother there was, can't say that there was abuse, but I had concerns there of neglect to, Jose in this case. There was more evidence of physical emotional abuse by, Ruben's stepfather.
The abuse with regard to Ruben, the stepfather, did it give you minor concerns or major concerns?
Major concerns. I mean, in psychology, we have social learning therapy, and it's, we do what we see. And, the research in our field, social science research, will, demonstrate that individuals who have been abused in offspring are more likely to perpetrate abuse when they become older. Now, it's not everyone, and it's correlated, but not always causative, because there are certain people that, may be abused that don't abuse or perpetrate when they get older. Your risk is elevated. And so, in part, that's what we're talking about today, is risk in this case, and then really a lack of protection. I don't think it was really until I evaluated him that he ever had a mental health evaluation.
Did it seem like Jose was well protected from the abuse in his childhood?
Can you repeat that?
Did it seem like Jose was well protected from abuse during his childhood?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think that mom was working or couldn't police it somehow. He had mentioned to me that he saw his mother, I think, attempt suicide when he was age 15. She didn't get through this unscathed. So I think there's a combination of the physical, emotional abuse, chaos, even low socioeconomic status, and mom's difficulties with relationships and protecting her kids, certainly.
So would you describe what's going on here with Jose somewhat generational? You see it through generations, correct?
Yeah, I heard the mother talk about, some of her childhood. So yeah, it is. But we also, I think, have his brother Ruben as, criminal history as well. And so there's CPS involved in criminal history. There's a lot of that in the family. And my opinion, certainly it's due to combination of nature and nurture.
And how you said you diagnosed him with PTSD?
Symptoms of, yes.
Okay, what caused you to feel that applied here?
Sure. Well, I have, let's say, medical records from when he was, I think, 1.5 years of age that describe
I'm sorry, I can't do this guy no more. I just
some
can't.
major injuries.
I just can't. Oh. Okay, let's go here. I couldn't do it no more. What's going on here? It's weird. What's going on? Look at this guy over here. Look at this guy right here. Let me see. Oh, I can't blow it up. Shoot. Look at the, he's pouting. Oh, is he not too bad? But baby. There we go. Now I cannot fast forward no more. Do you see why we watched this the way we did? Because in this trial, I swear they spent more time on breaks. And then you got Grandma, the defense attorney, reading everything word by word, police reports, grand jury indictment, doctor reports. Yeah. I know, irritating. You guys looking at this man's face right here? Look at his face. What's wrong? What's wrong with him? Look at his face. Oh, no. Oh my God, what's wrong? He ain't moving. Hold on, let me go. Oh my God. Oh, shit. I'm going to screenshot it. Hold on. Oh my God, I got to get it. Come on, hurry up. Okay. Come on, let's do it. Oh, shoot. Okay. Oh my God. It looked like she just gave the Holy Cross on her chest. That's what it looked like to me. She went from her head to her belly, side to side. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. Oh my gosh. Let me see if I can get this screenshot out here for you guys. Okay. Let's look at his face. See, on this new laptop, I can't figure out how to get them though. It don't have a special folder, and I don't know why. Oh, here we go. Oh my God, I hope it works for me. Oh my God. All right, you guys. I got it. All right. Lead overlay. Let's get this up here real quick, like. Here we go. Take a look. Take a look. What do you think? What is he thinking? Hey, what is he thinking, guys? Come on. I don't know. Oh, I don't know. maybe he needs to take some Pepto, or maybe he needs to take. I'll be nice to him. I'll be nice. Oh, come on. What's going on around here?
Hold on for adventure.
All right. Why do they keep freezing? What's going on? That's weird. I don't know why they're bothering with this. Why didn't they have that man before? It's over? Is it? God, I hope so. It's not over yet. There's still people. See, he's moving now. He's moving. He moved. There we go. He moved. He's moving now, Grandma. And there's still people watching on their channel. What the hell is going on? You know what could be going on, right? YouTube is funny. Or StreamYard. If you stream longer than 10 or 11 hours, your live comes down. And when you're on Facebook and you're live streaming there, 8-hour max cap, and it shuts it down. What happened to Grandma? Defense Grandma. That could be what's going on here. StreamYard might be shutting this down, you guys. People are still there. Oh, look at the time. 10 hours.
Hi, everyone.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We're back. It's not me, it's them, Grandma. I've only been on 4 hours. And they are the only channel that is streaming this. The only one. Unfortunately. This poor baby. So, yeah. And there's that. Okay, Judge, you're muted. Someone tell the courtroom they're muted. Well, this ain't fair. Well, this is kind of irritating. Okay, they're moving around now. Hold on. You know what? Oh boy. All rise for the jury, and they're still muted. There we go. There we go. Good to go now.
All right, everyone, please be seated. And defense, it's your witness.
May I call for just, can you read back the last question, if you don't mind, if the court will allow? What are some of the specific instances of abuse that led to the post-traumatic stress disorder diagnosis in Jose?
Well, as you heard from the other witnesses, there was witnessing of domestic violence by stepfather to mother, but there was also physical abuse. He had shared with me that there was beatings about every day. There was use of belts, tree branches.
And you mentioned the term sexual homicide with regard to Jose's biological father. What did you mean by that?
His father was involved in a gang rape of a 15-year-old girl that lost her life in a murder. He was
Okay, this is irritating, and this ain't me.
loving and nurturing home environment would have produced a different Jose Ruiz?
Object to speculation. Overruled.
Yes.
Are you surprised we're here today based on what you know about Jose?
Object to relevance.
I'm on their channel.
Well, we know that being abused as a child raises your chance of being a perpetrator probably 2.5, 3 times than someone that was not abused in childhood. So these factors contributed cumulatively to placing at risk. And again, we look at the risk, but there weren't really protective factors. So he was never assessed or treated for mental health issues, for traumatic stress as a child or adolescent. And again, he was.
I'm over there right now and with my phone, and they're frozen over there. So I don't know what you got going on.
Symptoms of PTSD and not the complete diagnosis, in much part because of the avoidance of that.
Okay. And you said there was no record of a learning disability, but you are aware that he did graduate high school, correct?
Yes.
You use the term disinhibition. That is a medical term, correct? It's a medically recognized term.
I would agree, yeah.
Yeah. It's recognized as an orientation towards immediate gratification.
Grandma, I got my phone going too at the same time. Do you hear anything? No, you don't hear nothing because they're frozen over there.
Where did you get that?
I found it online. Do you agree with that definition?
Where online?
I'm asking the question, sir. Do you agree with that definition?
Well, yeah, I don't know what, well, I'm not sure what reference you're using.
I'm just asking if you agree with it. Do you agree with that definition? That it is basically a lack of impulse control without.
Yeah, lack of impulse control, yes.
Are you aware that neighbors in the complex describe Jose as having a bad temper and that they could hear him yelling and banging?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay. Are you aware that he would photograph Mercedes while he was abusing her?
I was, yes.
What, if anything, does that say about somebody?
You're right, object to speculation.
Can I bring a roll?
You can answer the question. if you can.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, right. I know.
Her arms up in a crucifix,
It's
the
crazy.
pillows over her head, and he has multiple images of that. Are you saying that that is most likely some kind of gratuitous type of trophy?
Your Honor, I would object because there's never been any link that you.
I'm sorry, if you could speak into your microphone.
Your Honor, I would object in addition to previously raised objections that there's no link to Jose other than being found on his phone. So I would object to relevance.
All right, that'll be all the rules.
It kind of goes blends with what I said before. We're more at risk to, model what we see. Okay, so
I'll cut you off there. Did Jose ever say that his stepfather would take photos of him?
Okay, doctor, you're thinking now. Your eyes are looking up to the ceiling. What do I say now? Because actually, it sounds like to me, like you said right here, Grandma, that it's okay. Craziness. That poor jury. They're on Central Time too, so it's 7:43.
that's what we do. And we're more likely then to do it when we get older, even as an adult. And so there are a number of factors here, a number of traumatic events, certainly, and he had never been assessed or treated. And that goes, I think, for some of his siblings that have had difficulties as well. So it is a shame that this forensic examination is the first time he's ever been assessed or treated, and he would have needed that years ago, ideally.
And if CPS had been involved and do nothing, would that send some sort of a message to Jose as to what they thought about what was going on?
Yes, but it would also really relay that he would continue living in an unsafe, chaotic environment. And when people live in that type of environment, they're more likely to then engage in unstable relationships and then have this cycle repeat itself. And that's sadly what we see in this case.
I'll pass the witness at this time.
No further questions.
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Dr. Fabian.
Thank you, Judge Boyd. Take care.
All right, defense.
Defense rests, Your Honor.
State,
State closes.
defense to be closed.
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read to you the charge of the court on punishment. Again, you don't have to memorize this. You will have a copy with you. Charge of the court on punishment. Members of the jury, by your verdict in count one, you have found the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count one of the indictment. By your verdict in count two, you have found the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon as charged in count two of the indictment. By your verdict in count three, you have found the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count three of the indictment. By your verdict in count 4, you have found the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 4 of the indictment. By your verdict in count 5, you have found the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 5 of the indictment. By your verdict in count 6, you have found the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 6 of the indictment. By your verdict in count 7, you have found the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 7 of the indictment. By your verdict in count 8, you have found the defendant, Jose Ruiz, guilty of the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 8 of the indictment. It is necessary that the jury assess the punishment for these offenses. You are instructed that the punishment for the offense of injury to a child as charged in count 1 in the indictment is imprisonment in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Institutional Division for life or for any term of not more than 99 years or less than 5 years. Therefore, you will assess the punishment of the defendant at life or any term of not more than 99 years or less than 5 years in count 1. You are instructed that the punishment for the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon as charged in count 2 of the indictment is imprisonment in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Institutional Division for any term of not more than 20 years or less than 2 years. Therefore, you will assess the punishment of the defendant at any term of not more than 20 years or less than 2 years in count 2. You are instructed that the punishment for the offense of injury to a child as charged in counts 3 through 8 of the indictment is imprisonment in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Institutional Division for any term of not more than 10 years or less than 2 years. Therefore, you will assess the punishment of the defendant at any term of not more than 10 years or less than 2 years in counts 3 through 8. In addition to imprisonment, an individual found guilty of these offenses may be punished by a fine not to exceed $10,000, and if you choose to assess a fine, in addition to imprisonment, you will assess such fine and so state in each verdict. If you assess a fine, it is not paid to the victim or victims, if any, but is paid into the registry of the court. The defendant in this case has applied on written sworn motion for community supervision, stating among other things that he has never been convicted of a felony in this or any other state. Our statutes provide that where a defendant is found guilty of the offenses of injury to a child and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and the jury assesses the punishment at not more than 10 years, and they further find that the defendant has never been convicted of a felony in this or any other state, the jury may, within its discretion, recommend community supervision during the good behavior of the defendant. If the jury does recommend community supervision, it will be granted by the court. If there is any evidence before you that the defendant may have committed any offense or act of misconduct other than the offense of which you have convicted him, you are instructed that you may use that evidence, if any, in assessing punishment in this case, but only if you find from the evidence, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant committed such other offense or act of misconduct, if any. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to whether any such other offense or act of misconduct was committed, or as to whether the defendant was involved in such other offense or act of misconduct, then you will wholly disregard the evidence, if any, which may relate to any such matter. You are instructed that the defendant may testify in his own behalf if he chooses to do so. But if he elects not to do so, that fact cannot be taken by you as a circumstance against him, nor prejudice him in any way. The defendant has elected not to testify in this punishment phase of trial, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer or allude to that fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever. In your deliberations, you may consider evidence introduced during the guilt phase of the trial, as well as any evidence introduced at the punishment phase of the trial. Under the instructions herein given, it will not be proper for you, in determining the penalty to be assessed, to fix the same by lot, chance, any system of averages, or any other method than by a full, fair, and free exercise of the opinion of the individual jurors under the evidence admitted before you. The length of time for which the defendant is imprisoned may be reduced by the award of parole. Under the law applicable to counts 1 and 2 in this case, if the defendant is sentenced to a term of imprisonment, the defendant will not be eligible for parole until the actual time served equals 1/2 of the sentence imposed, or 30 years, whichever is less. If the defendant is sentenced to a term of less than 4 years, the defendant must serve at least 2 years before the defendant is eligible for parole. Eligibility for parole does not guarantee that parole will be granted. It cannot accurately be predicted how the parole law might be applied to this defendant if sentenced to a term of imprisonment, because the application of that law will depend on decisions made by parole authorities. You may consider the existence of the parole law. You are not to consider the manner in which the parole law may be applied to this particular defendant. Under the law applicable to counts 3 through 8, in this case, the defendant, if sentenced to a term of imprisonment, may earn early parole eligibility through the award of good conduct time. Prison authorities may award good conduct time to a prisoner who exhibits good behavior, diligence in carrying out prison work assignments, and attempts at rehabilitation. If a prisoner engages in misconduct, prison authorities may also take away all or part of any good conduct time earned by the prisoner. Under the law applicable to counts 3 through 8, in this case, if the defendant is sentenced to a term of imprisonment, the defendant will not become eligible for parole until the actual time served plus any good time conduct time earned equals 1/4 of the sentence imposed. Eligibility for parole does not guarantee that parole will be granted. It cannot accurately be predicted how the parole law and good conduct time might be applied to this defendant if sentenced to a term of imprisonment, because the application of these laws will depend on decisions made by prison and parole authorities. You may consider the existence of the parole law and good conduct time. However, you are not to consider the extent to which good conduct time may be awarded to or forfeited by this particular defendant. You are not to consider the manner in which parole law may be applied to this particular defendant. Suitable forms are attached hereto for your verdicts, if you should care to use them. However, such forms are not intended to influence you in any way in arriving at your verdict. In any event, each verdict must be unanimous in writing and signed by your presiding juror. Respectfully submitted, Judge Stephanie Boyd, 187 Judicial District Court, Bexar County, Texas. State, are you prepared to proceed?
Judge, I'd like to reserve my time for rebuttal, please.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Jen. Chapter 2 of this case, return to verdicts.
And I asked you when we started to stay with me if you can, please, to hear chapter 1. Chapter 1 of Jose Ruiz's life, because I know when you heard the evidence on guilt and innocence, you said, how can this be? How can this happen? How in this world can this happen? And I hope that through the testimony of my witnesses, what you've heard today, I hope you can help to understand some of the context that brought us here today, because it's important. Jose had the curse of a double whammy. And what I mean by that is Dr. Fabian talked about nurture and nature. And Jose was cursed by nature with a genetic predisposition towards horrific violence committed by his biological father, who he's never met in person, by the way. And then Jose was cursed with horrific trauma within the home that tended to normalize that abuse in his life experience. What was modeled for him was abuse, trauma, chaos, lack of attachment, physical pain related to discipline. These were things that were modeled for him and he experienced as a young child. As early as approximately age 1.5 to 2 years, he was in the hospital with internal injuries, having been beaten by his stepfather. So it is no small thing I'm talking about here when I say to you that this cycle of abuse rolls on. And it is not an excuse here, but it is a way to maybe put some context on it. And I think that's important when you go back to consider punishment. What is the context here? And what are the kinds of things that I ask that you think about, which are how this intergenerational abuse occurred in his life. Dr. Fabian said, the more the worse,
the earlier the worse. And that's what Jose experienced. He experienced more, and that created the worst possible situation. He experienced it early, which contributed to the worst possible situation. And what do I mean? That his risk of committing the same behavior was higher and was elevated due to what he experienced in his life. Again, it's not an excuse. We know we've applied for probation, but you have a large range of punishment to consider in front of you and on many counts. And we're asking that you please go back, and when you consider the range of punishment, consider the story of his whole life. Consider the abuse that he experienced at the hands of his stepfather, hitting him in the head daily, becoming dizzy at times and losing consciousness or passing out because his stepfather hit him in the head with a cane or a fist or a shoe. That was his life on a daily basis. What else did he experience in terms of head injury and trauma and concussion at age 12? And these all contributed to neurological difficulties that he experienced. Dr. Fabian talked to you about complex trauma, polytrauma, concussions, hit in the head daily, and those things had a terrible impact on Jose's worldview, and on his ability to assess appropriate punishment, his ability to assess what's right or wrong, because he learned what was modeled for him. No one intervened on his behalf. No one acted in a protective way towards Jose. It happened and it happened and it happened again, day after day, and no one did anything. What is the message that sends to him? Well, I guess it's normal. It's normalized in my world. No one's doing anything about it. I guess I just have to suffer, and that's the way we do. And that is part one of Jose's life that brings him here today. And we're asking you to consider those things. And when you consider punishment for Jose, to please take into account the mitigating circumstances of his life and return a punishment on the low end, please. Thank you.
You know who doesn't get a chapter 2? Mercedes Losoya. She didn't even get to finish chapter 1. I'm going to talk about some housekeeping issues first. Judge mentioned this in the charge. The fine doesn't matter. It doesn't go to Mercedes' family. It doesn't go to Jordan. It goes to the court system. Do what you want to with the fine. We're not going to ask you to assess any fine, but if you want to, go right ahead. Punishment on each of these 8 counts does not stack. It does not run.
Your Honor, I object to that being stated to the jury. I would ask that the jury be instructed to disregard that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're instructed to disregard.
And Your Honor, based on the fact that I believe that
Whether it's a last-second bake sale, Taco Tuesday, or a meal for your future in-laws, it's gonna be great. With McCormick by your side for over 130 years, it's gonna be great.
Mercedes' life and the life that she does not get to live. The life of torture and abuse that this man did to her. And defense wants you to believe that it's not his fault because this is what happened to him. This is learned behavior. Well, you know what? Jose himself told y'all when he was talking to Detective Size that no way would he have ever done those things to Mercedes Losoya because he knows how it feels. He knew how it felt. The things that he did to that little girl, he knew what he was doing. And his mother got up here and told you he knows right from wrong. And that jail call tells you he knew what he was doing was wrong. I'm not going to show you the horrible pictures again. I am going to show you one slide if it's connected. If not, Brittany brought up in her closing the timeline of the day of that thumbtack picture. And that shortly thereafter, that Ring camera picture of the thumbtacks were the bound crucifix nude photos of Mercedes. And now you've learned that 2 minutes later, he's taking a picture of her vagina.
Your Honor, I object. That's not in evidence at all.
It was testified.
Oh my God. Holy.
Ladies and gentlemen, you'll remember the evidence as you heard it.
You've now heard from people who loved Mercedes. You've heard about Jordan, how Jordan carries a bear and she likes to sleep with a bear that she calls Sissy because she misses her sister. That she's now changed her name to carry on her sister's name. Her favorite color is purple because that was her Sissy's favorite color. You've heard from Uncle Rodney, who wanted this little girl. They wanted her. They could have taken good care of her. And he took that from them. Thank you, Judge. The prior abuse is no excuse. Somebody has to end the cycle. People who are abused go on to not abuse other people every day. People who are below average or unintelligent or on cannabis or have symptoms of PTSD go on to not beat and torture little girls. This is not an excuse. Did he show mercy to Mercedes when he put thumbtacks in her feet? Did he show mercy to Mercedes when he beat her repeatedly, locked her in a closet, put dog feces, urine in her mouth? Absolutely not. That little girl was a happy, feisty little girl who deserved to live her life and not be tortured at the hands of Jose Ruiz. I ask that you not show him any mercy, just like he did not show Mercedes any mercy, and sentence him to the max punishment allowed on each count.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Deputy Laura will take you to the back, and the previous four that I've talked to before, she'll take you to a separate room. Everyone, please rise for the judge.
State did a wonderful job on this one. She knows what's up. She knows what's up. There's a better picture. Clearer, I should say. This won't take long. Okay, Grandma, no, it's not. That's why I said he signed his death sentence when they showed the video he made and the pictures that he took and the way her body was. That did him in. Oh boy, come on. I was supposed to go live on a Missouri thing tonight, but it ain't gonna happen now. Okay, let's keep track of time. Hey, Grandma. Never mind. I'll wait to be funny. This is serious here. All right. I think Granny defense looks kind of tired. I think she needs a nap. I hope she checked her blood sugar. That is sick. That is super sick. Hey, if I see my kid with one mark, well, you know what? My kid went to bed with him by herself, number one. But if I would have seen one little mark, that's it. That's it. Oh no. 5. I don't know what that says. I don't speak Spanish or read it. Grandma, you? 5 something. I don't know what that is. Does anybody know how to read Spanish? Anybody? Let me screenshot it. Maybe somebody could help me out. Hold on. Hold on. Grandma. Okay. Oh shoot. Where are you? Where are you? Okay. Well, I know one word. It's marriage, and 5. Can you imagine being that jury and hearing and seeing that? Seeing it, because just hearing it was mind blowing to me. Is it? Okay. Hmm. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm just on this right now.
Well, that's okay, Judge. Don't worry.
I'm gonna take my job. You know, my motto is leave nothing unsigned. All right, is there a plan for victim impact?
Yes, Your Honor, we have one family member who wants to see on behalf of everyone.
All right.
He got max on all of it. Yep.
There's no order.
Alrighty then. I can call the attorney tomorrow or.
Okay.
So what do you want to hear?
Oh, you can call it tomorrow.
I'll give a couple hours.
Good. And this is gonna be a terrible trial, I think, unless they want to hear it.
Look at that smug look on his face.
We are ready. Just one moment. So it's the court's understanding that a verdict has been reached as far as punishment is concerned. There are not to be any outbursts in the courtroom. If there are outbursts, you will be removed. Does everyone understand? We're ready.
All right, for the jury.
So that took maybe they went back at 8:07.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's the court's understanding is that you've reached a verdict as it relates to punishment. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is that verdict unanimous?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, if you'll pass the verdict form to Deputy Laura, please. All right, with regards to count one, we assess his punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of life and no fine. Count two, we assess his punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of 20 years, no fine. Count three, we assess his punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of 10 years, no fine. Count four, we assess his punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of 10 years, no fine. Count five, we assess his punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of 10 years, no fine. Count 6, we assess this punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice System for a term of 10 years, no fine. Count 7, we assess this punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of 10 years, no fine. Count 8, we assess this punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of 10 years, no fine. Would anyone wish to have the jury poll? State?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to let Deputy Laura take you back to the jury room, and I'll meet you there shortly. Everyone, please rise for the jurors. All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, Mr. Ruiz, having been found guilty and the punishment been assessed by the jury, as to count 1, the court will sentence you to life in prison, give you credit for any time served. I'm unable to stack these sentences, therefore the sentences will run concurrently. Count 1 through 8 will run concurrent. Count 2, your punishment is to be assessed at 20 years in the prison. Count 3 through 8, your punishment is to be assessed at 10 years in the prison. In each cause number, you will receive credit for any time served. Is there anything else from either side with regards to punishment? State?
No,
All right, defense?
Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Ruiz, did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeals with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this is not a plea. You do have a right to an appeal. Do you understand? All right. Is there a victim impact?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you may proceed, and you'll have to give it from back there seated.
I'm writing this statement with a heavy heart as an attempt to convey the fact of the tragic loss of our beloved 5-year-old niece, Mercedes. On February 7th, 2022, Mercedes Victoria Losoya was taken from us by Jose Ruiz, who tortured Mercedes for weeks with no remorse. Instead, my family and I sit here and watch him as he grins in his photos and sits in his chair with no remorse, no signs of emotion. The physical injuries sustained during the weeks leading to her death have left our family in pain, anger, and pure disgust. Mercedes' passing has left a void in our lives, one that cannot be adequately described with mere words. From the moment of her birth, Emily, my sister, has been a constant presence in Mercedes' life as her aunt from her paternal side, offering her unwavering love, support, and encouragement. She always made it a point to check in on her regularly, offering assistance in any way that she could, whether it be financial support or just helping Katrina with her children, especially on December the 8th, 2021, when she offered to take Mercedes without judgment or expectation of anything in return. Over the years, Emily and a few other members of the family and community witnessed Mercedes' struggle and her unwavering desire to be loved by particularly her mother. Despite the love and support she received from Emily and her children and some of our other family members, there was always a lingering sense of longing for the maternal love she never fully received. Regardless of her being an unfit mother, Jose is the one who found thrill in some sort of torture and hitting a 5-year-old little girl, and then taking pictures and photos and videos of his beatings as if they was bragging moments. The past week has been a harrowing ordeal for our family. The trauma of watching the heartbreaking video of Mercedes crying and pleading for her life haunts us. Sleep eludes us as we are haunted by flashbacks of those devastating images that we are forced to live with. The pain is unsolvable, and the loss of Mercedes has left an irreparable void in our hearts. But it is nothing compared to what Mercedes had to live through. In addition to the grief and anguish caused by the loss of our beloved niece Mercedes, there is a burden of guilt and frustration that also weighs heavily on our hearts. Many outsiders have questioned why no one intervened to help Mercedes in her time of need. We want to express that we tried everything in our legal power to protect Mercedes from harm. Repeatedly, we reached out to authorities to share reports of concerns about Mercedes' well-being. Emily would beg Katrina, her mother, to allow her to care for Mercedes and her sister Jordan, especially after witnessing Mercedes' plea that she was treated differently. Each time, her efforts were met with the same response: nothing is found, nothing is wrong, nothing can be done. Despite her persistent efforts to advocate for Mercedes' safety, she was met with hurdles and indifferences. It is a source of deep regret and anguish that these pleas for help went unanswered, and the tragic consequences of this failure are impossible to bear. Our children, Mercedes' cousin and Jordan, her sister, who were particularly close. Her cousins and her sister had a transcendent mirror. They were best friends, confidants, and playmates. The thought of our children growing up without their beloved cousin Mercedes is a devastating reality that we struggle to comprehend. Their innocence was shattered by the cruel hand of fate, and the loss of their companionship weighs heavily on their hearts. Your Honor, I urge you to consider the full extent of harm caused by the defendant's actions when determining the appropriate sentence. No amount of punishment can undo the pain and suffering inflicted upon Mercedes and our family. But justice demands accountability and recognition of the harm done. In closing, I plead once again for Mercedes. Her life was tragically cut short, leaving behind shattered dreams and broken hearts. As we grapple with the pain of her absence, we seek hope that her memory will be honored and her voice and the voice of other children who are in similar situations will be heard. Thank you for allowing us to share our statement with the court.
All right, we can go back. Do y'all need anything else from Mr. Ruiz? That's
I'm just explaining to him the housekeeping matter that we had discussed. And that will be taking place.
yes. As soon as y'all hand that to me. Okay. Take the first.
Oh, what is going on here? Come on. All right. Justice has been served. Our baby girl. Okay, everybody, thank you for watching. I'm going to go. I have not ate all day. Thank you, Grandma.